Afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to a special edition of DYOR Live here on the DYOR Media Network. We are covering the ICERAID launch today. And amazingly, just as I start this live stream, the police and the fire department come and everything. They're after us, Jason. They're after us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the one and only Jason Myers and also community manager. I'm just going to go with Pixie here. All right, let's bring you guys up here. Pixie is audio only today, and Jason is here on camera with us. Welcome to everybody. It's a big time here coming. We've been waiting to launch this for quite some time here. The idea came about a while ago, which I'm sure at some point in the next few minutes, Jason will tell you about. And but right now it's time for the launch. Jason, what's the status of the contract address?
It's dropped in the Telegram channel. We are live. We are live. And can't see a chart yet because we just got here. But I had this whole, my father was an outrider at Aqueduct Racetrack. And my mother used to take me to Belmont all the time. And I had this whole and they're off, play-by-play, furlong by furlong, narrative, monologue, right?
Yep.
But I decided that I forgot all that stuff because it was 50 years ago, and I hadn't been to a horse race in a long time. But New York City horse race, New York horse racing, like boxing in the 70s,
little fixed.
It was the greatest time in the world. So yeah, we're inching up a little bit.
There we go.
Yeah, I know. Why? I think you didn't have that ready to go.
Because you just said it.
I know. I just said it. That's true. So we are right now 40,697 ICERAID per soul, which is slightly above the 42,000 per soul that everybody got in the public sale. So I think Pixie is. Are you Pixie? How's that? Bot going? You got two of them, so we get double the fun. Double the fun. Wow. So, how many we got on now? How many we got on?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? A what bot?
Using bunk?
No, we just committed the liquidity. We're gonna stabilize for a little while, and then we'll publish the claim contract.
A voting bot. Well, that's just excellent. Excellent indeed. As the comments on the screen say, everybody, just share this, like this, comment. If you got some comments, drop them in however you're watching this. We're monitoring the comments on Rumble, YouTube, and X, and Twitch. And if you're watching this on any of those platforms, let us know. If you're watching this in our Telegram room, drop a comment, and I will put it on the screen for us to answer. I don't have voice enabled for the listeners in the Telegram, just because I got a lot of things going on here for the broadcast. But be sure that if you drop a comment in the TG, we'll get it and answer it. already bringing in new people into the Telegram. In the body of wherever you're watching this is a link to ICERAID.us. You can either just type in ICERAID.us, and there'll be links to all of our social medias there. Obviously, right now, in many places, there are forgeries, impersonators, and that type of stuff. So only go to ICERAID.us to find the links to our social medias and to our Telegrams.
So we have an issue with, I guess, what's it called? The rug check, which I'm checking now. A large amount of LP unlocked. So we're adding liquidity as we go. That's why that indicator is there. Low amount of holders is because nobody claimed yet. We're going to stabilize for a little while. The top 10 holders, high ownership. That's only because there's a few addresses, and those are the addresses pursuant to the allocations on the website. Once everybody starts to claim, a lot of the red will turn green.
That's good.
Single holder ownership is 45%. That's your bounty, which is your evidence collection and validation allocation, plus the voluntary legalization. So when we start to see, when as adoption unfolds and people start to claim their rewards, that will turn green. High ownership will turn green once a larger number of wallets begin to hold ICERAID. Low amount of LP providers. There's only one right now. It's a radium pool. Mutable metadata is necessary because sometimes the indexing across all the DEX tools and some of the other third-party services don't index right away, and sometimes you have to re-push the logo. If we get muted, or because we're so controversial, if for some reason Instagram decides to cancel our account, we got to create another one. So that one has to be, the metadata's got to be updated. So that's the reason why. I hope the guy who is asking these questions is hearing us right now. If you want to buy, you need the contract address, Nick.
I know. Where is it? Are you tweeting out from the official?
It's in the pinned message on Telegram.
Yeah, to everyone listening in the Telegram, this is not a normal launch this is not a pump.fun launch. This is not, a moonshot launch or anything like that. This is a properly controlled launch in which the pre-sale tokens are being claimed after the launch. You don't get them before, and we did that so people couldn't run out and make markets and snipers and all that type of stuff. It allows for a much smoother launch, and as Jason has said a number of times on these podcasts, we are really trying to have an absolutely smooth launch on this because we're going to get such high visibility with U.S. government entities and other law enforcement groups, is that we don't want it to be seen as a typical crypto project that super pumps and then doesn't pump anymore, and then people take their money and leave. There is a vesting schedule for many of the tokens that is the duration of the Trump administration. That's kind of a long time in crypto world here. And everybody, like I said, everyone that was in the pre-sale has to claim their tokens, and not everybody's going to do it. For instance, I have not done that yet, and I probably won't while I'm running the broadcast here. And so it doesn't show as holders. And so as people start claiming it, you'll see these numbers start to fix themselves up. Let's see, let's find the, make sure address if anyone's watching on X. Yes, we've got a couple of viewers there. Welcome to everybody watching us on X. Thanks for joining us. I know the views there are, as typical on X, are quick. People are in and out. Stick around for us if you want. Come over to YouTube and join the conversation over there and ask questions. And of course, We're answering all the questions in the Telegram room for ICERAID, which you can find the links to at ICERAID.us. So what was the opening price? It looks like 0029. Yeah, I've got the. Oh God, it is like it's like they let the Venezuelan prisons out here today. Anyway, the price is
So we started at 42,000 ICERAID per sol, and we're at 40 now. So this is so far nice and smooth. Usually, most tokens, they get sniped, and it would go from 42,000 per sol to 20,000 per sol, right? Lower number of base tokens to quote tokens, right? So far we're you know, it's going smoothly, right? This is so we actually got
yeah, I see Pixie. I changed my chart to market cap. Started at a $2.9 million market cap, and currently at a 3.2. Very nice and smooth.
Where do you see that?
I switched whatever chart you're looking at the top. It has price to market cap instead of USD.
Oh, okay. So you're on Radium.
I'm on GMGN.ai. Pixie on Dex Screener. Where do the snipers get listed? Oh, top traders. Right.
So we went from 42,000 per sol. We're at 38,629 per sol, 38,629. So it's nice, orderly, controlled, launch, right? So when we look, I'm going to sound like a boomer, but I don't give a shit, as Tom Homan would say. I have a lot of experience opening imbalanced books, right? And the way that you manage them is, yes, you have to buy when you don't want to, and you have to sell when you don't want to, as you're making a market. Because when you're managing a deal, especially during the opening hours, this is what happens, right? Now, unfortunately, there's no shoe. Okay, what's a shoe? A green shoe. Green Shoe Manufacturing was a company that went public. It was the first over-allotment granted to an underwriter. So you're short 15% of the deal in your syndicate account to cover over-allotments. And what will happen is you don't exercise that option until the 44th day at the 11th hour, because you want to reconcile your trading accounts. Here, you keep money in the address that committed the liquidity pool and you always starting from a flat position to long. You're never short because that's not possible, especially in decentralized finance, right? And there are no IOUs like there are on centralized exchanges. So there's no arbitrage. It's a straight liquidity contract. And that's it. So the goal is to maintain a flat. You want to be as flat as possible. Flat in our case means the number of tokens in your balance immediately after you commit the initial liquidity, right? Short means that you sold when you didn't want to because there was just too many buyers, snipers, and you want to control you want to manage trading so that everyone can get a chance of getting in at these levels, because we're not going to be here much longer. So, because there's going to come a point in time where it'll bust through, we're going to let it go, and it may go to 30,000 ICERAID per sol, right? Or lower, right? And I talk from the perspective of the number of sol you get. That's English music, Pink Floyd. We need American music. Not that I have anything against Pink Floyd. I love Pink Floyd. So you want to manage and create a band that's within a channel that is going generally higher. So you're going to have people who right away they're conditioned to, it's getting rugged. No, when you manage liquidity, you're managing liquidity, which means you're selling as a last resort, and you're buying as a last resort as well. So the other good thing that we have going for us is we got headwinds, because this was a good time to launch. Yesterday was a bet. Actually, yesterday may have been a good time also. But Sol, the price of Sol went from 113 yesterday at the low to 122, which is where it is now. So you have some momentum from a dollar price perspective. But since this is a Sol pool, I will speak from a Sol perspective, priced in Sol, right? So, and as of right now, it's what I got is, what do you got, Tom? Because I got
1 to 38,000.
Well, I got 38,480.
I got 38.1 on Radium, just recalculated. Patrick Stefanik, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. A longtime viewer of DYOR Live, coming to us from, I think, Mountain Time. I was just out in the mountains for a while, Patrick, skiing in Winter Park with my daughter. I think you're out that way somewhere, if I recall. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. An exciting time here. Jason, you and Nick were thinking about this the end of January, beginning of February. When did this come to mind?
I don't know the exact day, but it was what? Years ago, right?
When I saw them importing, when we saw them importing illegals to congressional districts that they were going to lose after the 2030 census. Curiously.
Yeah, they do that. In Canada, they do the exact same thing. It's even worse in Canada, because to vote in the party election, you don't have to be a resident or citizen or anything. They just bus in loads of immigrants from other neighborhoods to slam the vote for a certain candidate in a riding there to be nominated for their party. And then, of course, it's a disaster of a party election. The parliamentary system, I've learned, is the most effed up system. It's just designed. It's completely designed to ensure the elite rule. Just to say, they say, oh, it's the best form of democracy. No. Patrick, Vancouver. I was not far enough west. That's right. Mrs. Striking and I were out in Vancouver a little while ago. Had fun. My first time there since I was much smaller. And stayed at the Westin right on the harbor there and watched the seaplanes take off on land and take off all day. And I remarked to someone, I was like, man, it seems like they'd have an accident just landing in the middle of all these boats and stuff. And someone said, nope, I can't recall it ever happening. 2 weeks later, boom, right into a boat. Whoops. But it's beautiful there, and I see why a lot of people move there. Unfortunately, it's kind of like Seattle. In San Francisco, which has many streets with tons of homeless children.
So people are, we're going to publish the claim contract soon. This is going really well. So we're going to publish the claim contract soon. People will be able to claim their initial amounts. And this is good. So what you don't want is a really long candle high, because then what happens is new people come in and they buy, and the snipers sell to them,
right? And
then they leave. So they're leeches, right? So you want a little bit every hour, just a little bit, right? A little bit every day.
Yeah, just Alex Cryptoholics in the Telegram is saying launch without claim WTF. Getting ready to issue the claim contract, and so you can claim your tokens.
No, Alex, this is normal, right? It also prevents people from just blasting, because there's a lot of people that don't give a fuck. It's a token they bought, they want to sell, right? And once we control and manage the initial launch, you'll be able to do what you want, right? So this is how you manage a token. Unlike meme tokens, where the builders, they're not even building anything. It takes 1 minute to create a token and 1 minute to commit and the bonding curve, and that's it. What?
That I fucking put up first in the world.
Yeah, Nick invented the bonding curve.
By the way.
Before Bancor did. Remember Bancor? Yeah, they raised $80 million in 30 seconds.
That's a good problem to have.
We're going to publish the claim link really soon. Dimmy, if you're listening, can people do people know that there's a live broadcast underway?
It's on in the Telegram room. It's out on maybe the ICERAID social media needs to push it. I'll send you a link, Jason, then you can.
That would be a good idea. Isn't it the same link that I used to join?
No, not everybody would join the broadcast.
Oh, okay. So send the link into the ICERAID channel.
Live. I mean, it's live in the Telegram. People can watch it there too. But
is it?
Yeah.
Join. Okay. All right. Here we are.
If you do it, you'll screw everything up.
Everyone can join the live broadcast.
Do I hear "Shine On You Crazy Diamond" in the background? Yes, I certainly do hear Shine On You Crazy Diamond in the background.
Yes.
We need a Tom Homan theme song.
That would be Biggie Smalls.
Or the chorus is, "Oh, yes, you are. I ain't going back to Haiti. Oh, yes, you are. I ain't going back to Congo. Oh, yes, you are."
Damn! So they can join this link too, or is that view only, Tom?
Yeah, the YouTube is view only, and just if you can write comments, I'll bring them up on the screen. Just giving people options what to do. It doesn't really matter. We do happen to have 21 participants in the Telegram chat. Thank you, everybody, for watching us there. I really appreciate it. Remember, if you have we don't have the microphone open, just because of the way I'm broadcasting right now would have endless feedback. So drop your comments in the text part of it. Welcome, Biggest Dickus. Michael D. Dini Atkins on XRPL will make the Greek trust callers. Thank you, the Greek. Greek has been asking some very good questions. Thanks for joining. Really appreciate it. Future Mav, Mark Lewis, Sean Joe, our prolific poster, Sean Joe. Always very active in the Telegram. Thank you. That helps us all out. Really appreciate it. RL, Solovic, Mr. Kenji CEO. Thanks for joining us. Dave 2019. I hope that's not your birth year. OG Brooklyn. Try harder, bitch. I like that. That's good. Be Real is listening. Crypto Crow is coming to us all the way from Croatia. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Frank is listening. Thank you, Frank. VB is here. Captain Crypto, ladies and gentlemen. Can't go anywhere without Captain Crypto. He's followed up by Dopamine. We're all getting dopamine hits from this. And of course, the Iceman is pushing his projects on XRPL. Is watching us. Thank you very much to everyone. As I say, if you've got questions, let us know. The buy bots and the chat bots and all that kind of stuff are going by pretty quickly. So if you have a question and we don't get to it and it scrolls off quickly, repost it or at me, say at Striking Balls, and we'll get to it. For those of you that haven't heard what GovFi is, G-O-V-F-I, GovFi, it's a term that we'll just say that Jason has come up with to represent projects that move the work of the government back to the people. A good example, instead of paying tons of law enforcement officers to be stationed everywhere to take pictures of people to gather evidence of burning Teslas or damaging infrastructure and property, protesting wealthy people, we now can crowdsource that to everybody by using the ICERAID app. And every person in the country, and people out of the country, wherever they are, but right now we're starting with things going on in the U.S., can take a picture of crime in many different categories, including domestic terrorism, murder, rape, kidnapping, burning Teslas. I shouldn't laugh at that, but it's the crazy people out there do weird things. And that work, instead of having just a few thousand law enforcement people trying to sort this out, all of a sudden we have the ability to have 390 million people have access to the ability to submit evidence. And that's what GovFi is. It's taking the data that either the government has and letting people process it, or crowdsourcing data for the government or other law enforcement. I don't mean just the federal government, any level of government, to use, and then you end up earning a little bit of money from it. A good example is we'd have to pay government salaries out the wazoo to fleets and fleets and fleets of people to get the same reach that ICERAID has in getting out to the people to crowdsource evidence collection and reporting of crime. Carmen Crypto, welcome to the house. Thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the launch here. Roland Rod, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. He says, what up, guys? Load up your bags. Load them up. 777, stay bullish. Carmen Crypto, she says, hello, Jason. Did Tom tell you we are related now? Yes, I did. I did mention that we're related, but that's a discussion for a different broadcast. Purple rain. That was my high school, man. I remember the whole album when I was in high school. It was just so popular. I went to high school in Ohio. And here we're the whitest white people on the planet in this little farm town.
Hey.
Blasting Prince.
That's racist.
Right. I'm sorry. My skin is intensity challenged.
It already works. I mean, it identifies. I mean, we send it to
Smash that like button, guys. That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
So I think you had asked a question, how did we come up with the idea, or when we came up with the idea?
Yep.
You see, this is, and I know he's an OG in our other project, VB. You see what he said? Please do 10x with a smile. I need to cover my losses from other shit coins. Now, he may be joking, but 90% of the people that come into this space have a sense of entitlement because they're spoiled. And I'm not saying he is. He's joking. I know him. They think they're entitled to, 10x in 10 seconds, 100x in 100x in 10 seconds. So, anyway, right after the inauguration, the first arrest was covered by Fox News of this Haitian. Where do we sign? The Haitian guy, who was the subject of many memes, is in a video on the bottom of our website where he says, I'm not going back to Haiti. And he says, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything you did for me, bro. And as soon as he said that, I called Nick and I said, we're launching ICERAID tomorrow. And then I realized that we have, we had all the infrastructure to actually build this. So I called the devs and I said, listen, how long would it take to lift and ship, make an impression of the Explorer, lift and shift it? And I told them why. And they said 7 days. I said, you got 3. And we launched the app in 7 days, right? And so the app came first. So anyone who uploaded photos from then until now, there's a database where we keep records, and you'll be able to claim your rewards, right? Okay, that's good. So if you're here and you're from the United States, you should use the application. And the reason why, and there's only one reason, okay? Democrats have been importing illegal immigrants for years because they're running out of voters. That's why your
That's why they're trying to keep them here instead of being deported.
That's correct. And that's why they sued the President of the United States the other day, blocking them from
by going on radio,
blocking them from the president's orders. Right? The orders are to stop the invasion and to enforce immigration laws. And because it's been going on for so long, there's been an enormous amount of illegal aliens who are not required to show voter ID in blue states. So that's the reason why you need to do this. We need to claim, we need to restore our republic.
Absolutely, 100% need to restore it. And with the things that are coming out with Doge now and showing where the money is going and how so much money is sent out via grants and then turns around and comes back into organizations that use it to oppose the policies of the Trump administration. A good example, Jason, I'm sure you saw the thing about Columbia University wanting $400 million for research. You think that's a good idea. They have some research money for certain things. And then when the Doge team goes into Health and Human Services, they find out that the researcher in the research department only gets 60% of that. And the university gets 40% of it right in their pocket. It's just an absolute, split of the money. I mean, the guy on I forget who was the interviewer was saying even the mafia doesn't get a percentage that big. And then universities use that money then to promote generally liberal and progressive policies that are opposite of the Trump administration. And so the Trump administration is like, no, we're not giving you all this money just to try and thwart our own thing, our own stuff. And when you look at how Act Blue gets their money, I was watching this on the Ruthless podcast. Those guys are great. Act Blue, they don't have a massive. They claim to have all these millions of people all donating money to them all over the place. But what they found out that there were a lot of people that were on the rolls that had listed as donating like 200 or 300 times to Act Blue. Then when they knocked on their door, they said, I've never donated to Act Blue. But a lot of this money that goes out via U.S. government grants comes back in and ends up in the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party probably wisely figured out that they don't have a massive monetary support base except for the Soros and crew people, and came up with this cockamamie scheme a while ago to basically suck money out of the U.S. government to do that. And I find it repulsive. Absolutely. When you see the money and how it's spent and how it's divided and how much is taken up, like when they were talking about food distribution in Africa, and they talked about how only of all the money they spend on peacekeeping and all that type of stuff and food distribution in Africa, only 6% of the money actually is used for actual food that goes in someone's mouth. And it's just ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And we need tools like ICERAID and I can't even imagine the other types of things you're going to come up with, following the success of ICERAID. To bring the power back to the people. I mean, I would love to see all of the government contracts and everything that the government spends money on a blockchain where people can write apps. Let the people innovate. Let the people come up with new things. And I've used this example. People that watch my show regularly heard me talk about how in a moment of, we'll call it a short moment of grandeur, the city of Chicago opened up a lot of their data for people to look at and write apps for and use it. One of the best things that people innovated was a snowplow tracker, because all the snowplow trucks and garbage trucks have GPS on them, and that data was published. And so they wrote apps showing where all the trucks went and how many times they went by each road and all that type of stuff. And they just put it out there as a Web3, or not Web3 app, but just a Web2 app, drawing it on the screen. And the city had been used to spending millions of dollars for, custom software that big company X had designed, and it wasn't nearly as good. And so the city stopped paying the big company and just started using the app that someone developed for free. And they turns out they needed 75%, or they needed 25% fewer snowplows to get the same amount of snow coverage, just because someone wrote an app. Now, if the U.S. government can release information and make things public, put it on a blockchain, or put it, convert the federal payment systems to things like that, the amount of apps that would be written would be unbelievable. It really would. Let me bring Miss Pixie back into this here. Jason has a phone call there. He'll be off for a minute here. And I'm going to mute him just in case. Pixie, are you there? Right, I'm by myself for a while here. Let's go back to the chart here. Oh, what it looks like one of the snipers took his money and ran. All right, Sean Joe, it's your time to step up. You said you're going to buy the snipers tokens up. Here comes the time to do that. Wondering if the claiming Jason, is the claiming contract open? Interesting. It shows the big sell there, but it doesn't show it in the transactions. I don't really understand a lot. Let's switch over to Dex Screener. Oh, Dex Screener is more updated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions, just drop them in the chat here. Where's the claim link? Jason will be publishing that shortly. Stylechild said, oh, hold on, more siren. Who has enough of the supply to dump this much? It's fishy. Marty McFly. Great name there, Marty McFly. Remember, there's not a lot of tokens in circulation right now, everyone. The small buys and sells will affect it dramatically. The Stream Flow Treasury. Pixie, what is the Stream Flow Treasury? Let me get to, we lost Jason's camera for now. Let me get some background music going here. I swear this is Siren Day here. Unbelievable. All right, sorry about that. Another siren here. The DYOR Media global headquarters faces a busy street here in Chicago. In other words, my living room. Scan through the comments real quickly here. I guess that's a good question. How many tokens are circulating right now? Listing 33 holders. We'll start going up as people claim. I don't know how many people actually, how many unique wallets participated in the pre-sale. But I do know that it's more than 33. So we should see this going up here shortly. Iceman, pump ice raids. Crypto Crow, gotta bounce, fellas. Have a good one. Congrats to the team for making this come true. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it all the way from Europe. Actually, not that far, but far for me. Why do you guys have 3 bots running? Ask Pixie. She's in charge of the bots. Iceman is a G. It's a G. Hey, I'm a G today with my... got my blazer going. don't know how many of you are actually watching the stream here, but if you look at the bottom of the stream here, on the video, you can see the different media outlets that have covered us. Everything from the Matt Gaetz show to InfoWars, Gateway Pundit in Washington, D.C. I had muted you, Jason. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me now?
I got you turned on now, Jason. I had muted you when you took your phone call.
I think Pixie's muted. She's muted too.
Nope. She's not. Hold on. Let me check on her. Did she drop? Pixie, did you drop and come back? Let me check your connection here.
Pixie, can you hear me? Okay. Tom, can you hear Pixie?
I cannot. So I'm going to reset her connection.
Yes, I can. Loud and clear.
Send me the text screen link.
Check. 1 2 1 2. Pixie, you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yep, I just reset your connection. All is good now.
Good deal. It's me and this silly MacBook. I just want you to know I was talking the entire time, and I was just talking to myself. And I was like, "Can you not? What is happening? Can you not hear me?" At first, I was like, "He's just ignoring me," and maybe he just doesn't want to talk about what I'm saying. So I was like, "Okay." And then I was like, "There's no way. Like, there's just no way that he's going to ignore me for a solid 15 minutes."
Anyway, welcome everyone watching us on Rumble. Really appreciate it. Rumble's been a good platform to us lately, getting some good, in fact, more viewers than YouTube now on Rumble.
What about it?
Yes, where it was.
Send me the link to the deck screen and send me the Radium link.
I did.
You should send out the Radium link so people can buy it.
Dimmy says, I've never heard Pixie talk. Now you have.
Where are you sending it?
WhatsApp.
Which is crazy because I talk all the time.
I know.
Send the Radium link.
There's the Radium link. Just put your contract address in the...
I know that. You have to send people on the Telegram that link, the Radium link. They're going to buy it off Radium, right?
Radium's the only place to
So
get
why
it.
don't you give them the Radium link?
Okay.
That's not true. You can also get it through the Phantom wallet. I did a little bit ago.
Yeah, you can swap through the Phantom wallet. That's right.
Yeah, for sure.
But for those, here is the Radium link.
Let's see if I've got any powder in the old Phantom wallet here to...
I sold my Melania coin.
Oh, your Melania?
Yeah.
That wasn't launched by them.
They tweeted it, though.
It's not Milan. It's not officially linked to Melania.
She tweeted it.
Well, you know what? If she disclosed that her Twitter got hacked, that wouldn't look good to the American people.
What are you talking about?
Crypto Mike, thanks for joining us all the way from Manitoba. Regular viewer. Thanks, Crypto Mike. We are covering the launch of ICERAID.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that This is being broadcast from Canada.
Good.
The Canuckastanis are watching here today. We have a couple of viewers right now on from Canada. We have Patrick.
You're getting tariffed 25%.
Your YouTube tariff just went up.
Jason, what is the status on that claim link? Because that's what everybody's waiting for. And I think at this point we need to work on getting that out to them.
So what we saw a little run up, a little run down, and now we're stabilizing. We're a little above where we started. And claim link, what we're going to do is I'm going to put it up in the in the Telegram. That is your claim link. Nope.
Coach Jansen gathering some Solana. Good time to buy it. In fact, the next probably year will be a great time to buy this.
That's supposed to work now. That's going to keep on.
What?
That's supposed to work.
Hold on.
Doug Jansen says, give them that claim link so that I can buy more if they want to exit.
So the claim link is now in the blurb, which was just pinned.
I don't even remember which wallet I
too.
bought with. I'm like, crap.
I look at the same thing. I'm like, oh man. The perils of being a degen. It's like, which wallet?
Right, like, I don't know. And I have my wallets so separated for different reasons. Like, I'll only use my wallet for like 1 or 2 coins, and then I'll use a different wallet for like 1 or 2 more coins. I don't like to have them on the same wallet. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense to anybody else either. But that's life, I guess.
I would guess I'm the
I
same
think I'm
way.
just afraid of like losing everything, so I separate it out. Like if I accidentally click the wrong link, you know how they can like take your whole wallet? It's frightening, so I don't want to do that. Are you guys talking? Because I think I might have just lost sound.
Nope, you're good.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah, usually I have the little backbeat playing through it so you can just tell that your sound is still up. Like I just fed it back to you. But some people don't like that. One here.
That is the craziest elevator music.
I know. It's the beginning. I have a loop for the beginning of our show, and that's one of the sounds for it, and people call it the 70s porn intro.
That's so funny.
Right, what is the current rate here? We're looking at similar to launch, 1 to 41,000.
Oh, I found the wallet that I apparently purchased it with. Awesome. So the claim link works just fine.
Oh, okay. Where is the... Which one is the claim link on here anyway? The one that says ends in public sale?
Yes. I will pin it for you.
Thank you, everybody, on the Telegram live stream for watching. A bunch of you have stuck around here. Still got 14 of you there, and we've got about, across the other social media platforms, about 20 people watching. Really appreciate it. Once again, thanks for listening, Biggest Dickus. you got to appreciate a good username. Mike D.
Some of these usernames are just like, whoa.
Mike D, a founder of the Beastie Boys. Oh, no, I mean of 369 Capital, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Iceman. Karenik, thanks for joining us. Kirko 415. Well, while many launches, obviously Jason brought this up before, and that they want to come in here and the snipers want to feed people to sell into their 10x desires and things like that. Not having that, I would say, is much better for the start of a token, for it to go much more smoothly. We started at a higher market cap at 2.9 million rather than 10,000 or 5,000, where small buys 10x the project. And what happens is that the snipers and the people early on make a ton of money. They make 10x. And then they dump it really quickly. And so you go up to $200,000 market cap, and then you go down to 50 really quickly.
Yeah, but they didn't make a ton of money on this.
Right. And on this, we eliminated that. We started we didn't give a level playing, I should say we made a level playing field and did not give a playing field that the snipers could take advantage of. Obviously, one did, but 15 didn't. Rolling Rod says Saul ready to roll. Go ahead, Jason. Sorry.
The one was Streamflow. So Streamflow charged tokens, about 700,000 tokens they charged to upload everyone's vesting. And that's where that little blurb downward came from. So I know people were asking, and some were, I don't know, freaking out. That's where it came from. So it's Streamflow's wallet. Streamflow is the infrastructure provider that that's integrated into the claim feature. Sorry, I know I'm moving around here, but I should have got more gum. I chewed 3 packs of these already today. You get one.
Yeah, one. I'm
You get one.
Did you have 3 packs and you just gave him one?
No, one.
Mr. Jason.
3 packs.
Come on. Right. You gave him 1 piece out of 3 packs.
Listen, it's like opening a deal
This isn't
here.
Wall Street.
You got to control the flow, the buy and the sell.
I have a machine gun.
I think what he just said is you're about to give him more guns or more gum because he's got guns. I think that's what I heard.
Gum, I chew like the gum like it's a machine gum. G-U-M.
You have machine gum. I love it. I need you to go to the doctor about that cough.
I'm gonna start smoking.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're the
You don't
nurse.
smoke. I am.
I just started.
You just started smoking, so great. Go ahead and quit.
60 years old, I started.
Well, you should just go ahead and stop.
I'm not a quitter.
You're not a quitter. Mama didn't raise no quitter.
All right, Rolling Rod. He says he's got his saw ready to roll. Your turn. You and Chuck Jansen. Time to kick it in gear and bring the floor up on this for us.
So both of you guys call it Saul. Maybe it's just because I'm from the South, but I absolutely call it Soul. Like
Soul.
S-O-U-L. Soul.
Well, it is Solana.
Right. So who's right here? Is it Soul or Saul?
I've only ever heard it called Soul once by someone that was like French or something like that. And he also called ETH S.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
here Patrick says, "Who says Saul? S-A-W-L." Patrick says it's Soul. Now,
I say
he's,
Soul.
He's Canadian,
Like
so
S-O-U-L. But Jason and Tom both say Saul.
Sauls.
Saul.
Yeah, it's a good question. Where did the what's that? What would be the right word? The etymology of the abbreviation come from? Patrick is also confused. These a bunch of American rednecks don't even know how to pronounce a cryptocurrency. God damn it!
I don't know what you're talking about, boy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Boy, what in the hell is your problem?
So you guys are making fun of a Southern accent, and y'all are just talking normal to me.
So in New York, where 1 in 3 people are Jewish, we call it Saul. Like, you better call Saul.
Yeah.
Saul.
So I've been to Manhattan twice, and I love it up there. And the police officers that are on the horses, one of them actually stopped me and was like, "Will you just talk to me?" And I was like, "That depends. Am I going to be arrested or no?" Because that's going to be the deciding factor of this whole conversation. He's like, "No, I just love the way that you talk." And I was like, "All right, well, let's chit chat." It was a good time.
RL, thank
What
you
did
for
he
your
say?
comment. Really appreciate it. RL says, "Likewise, Striking Balls, you've been a great host. Cheers." Thank you very much. Try to do it. Good job here. Yeah, the comments are going here. Soul versus Saul. Yep. Soul, like Soul Train. Soul Train. None of you youngsters don't know what that even means.
I absolutely do. But I'm not a youngster, so
Solid gold.
there's that.
How do I pull a code right now?
No. You should know all this shit.
I shouldn't.
I learned everything from
Hey.
you. So when you ask me
Hey, be sweet. Be sweet. Mr. Jason, would you like me to update Deck Screener with our socials?
Yes.
Okay. Will you send me the banner and the icon image, please, and I'll upload them?
Yes. 1 second. I'm helping somebody right now. In fact, I'm going to send him a video. I have to create a little snippet video.
Jason, when you get a chance, someone asked the question again about locking the LP, and I can't remember exactly what you said about still adding to it.
So there's burning and locking. Burning is staking them. Locking them is throwing them away. We're not going to throw them. I'm sorry. Burning them is throwing them away.
I was about to say, you have that backwards.
Right. So because the liquidity pool is going to be added to and interacted with, we're going to lock them, you know, after a period of time. So just give me a second here.
Roland Rod, I'll drop that to you in just a moment here. Roland Rod, I dropped you the Deck Screener link. You can go there and get it.
Okay. Somebody else muted me. Okay. Okay, now, Pixie, you need logo and
the logo and the banner.
you'll have to cut it. The banner you need to cut.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll just have to make it the right dimensions, which is fine.
And then let me know how much it costs, and I'll reimburse you. If it costs anything, I think it costs money.
It does. It costs $2.99. Nothing is free for sure.
There's nothing free in this world.
No. No, they get you.
Right. All right. All right. Can we still lock the LP and add to it later? Yeah, for money. Costs money to do that.
It doesn't, actually.
Well,
so there's a way that you can do it and then just keep locking and adding to it. And I can help you out with that if you'd like.
Okay. So for those that don't know us, me, really, we have another project called Pacioli.ai that we've been working on for over 8 years. And so we're all doxed. And we you know, I know people, they get nervous when things are not locked and put into vesting contracts, but if you knew us, you'd feel more comfortable. I'm not telling you to feel more comfortable. I'm just explaining, you know, I've been in the space since 2013. I'm sitting in the office of the guy who
MakerDAO was made in here.
MakerDAO was made in here.
This room.
In this room. Who else?
Rune and Nikolai. In this little room here, in this bedroom.
Rune and Nikolai?
In this bedroom, MakerDAO was made right in this fucking room.
The truth is, anyone who ever traversed the crypto space as an OG has passed through this office. Sometimes they slept here. Sometimes they stayed here. Some of them just met here.
And the Bitcoin.
And Charlie Shrem and Eric Voorhees.
Everybody.
Vitalik. But not Joe Lubin.
No. He was just trying to steal our coders.
Listen, we're going to come to a point, 369 Capital. Right away, I know this guy's going to become a diehard community member. And since I am not scalable and none of us each and individually are scalable, this is how communities grow, right? And as community members grow in the community, they become leaders and they become trustworthy. And so, you know, this project, you know, it's a big project.
It is.
It only sprouted because we already had the infrastructure built. So, you know, we put it up. Brody, is 369 Capital, is that you? Because we're all doxxed here, so don't hide. No response? I'll take that as a yes. So anyway, it happened so fast because we forked one of our main repositories, made an impression of it. But when you think about it, there's 330 million people in the United States. There's supposedly 30 million illegal immigrants. Not all of them are criminals. Very few of them are criminals. But if you take into account that 1 million of them are criminals, and that's just illegal immigration. We have 8 categories of criminal activity, right? There's going to come a time where illegal alien evidence gathering is going to die down. But we've got kidnapping, drug trafficking. That shit never ends. We've got animal cruelty, which was born on the Kid and Walt show, right? With Pixie. So
absolutely.
Animal cruelty, you know, I mean, we don't have any metrics on that. But there are a lot of real fucking scumbags on this planet. And those people need to be outed, right? If you're committing crimes against animals, that's the most heinous crime you can commit. I understand if you killed another human being, and that's homicide. That's also another category. You're forgiven for that. But you're not forgiven if you're cruel to animals. That's not forgivable. That's not forgivable.
Well, animals don't do anything to deserve it, you know, and like, they're the most loyal of anybody. They're way more loyal than a human. And I prefer them over humans myself.
So do I. They were here first. At the end of, what was the name of the movie? Training Day. Denzel Washington goes, I run shit here. You just live here. Well, that's the animals. They run shit here. We just live here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're so sweet.
Well, if you were in my house, you would absolutely know that the animals run shit here, and I just live here.
Okay, I'm putting cases.
For sure.
I'm putting cases on all you bitches. Oh man, he won an Oscar for that. But seriously, that's the most heinous crime you can commit. Cruelty to animals. I mean, how do you live with yourself? And if you're out there, I hope you're hearing me. And I hope you're thinking. And if you're lucky, your heart will sink into your stomach and you'll suffer unbearable regret, and it'll stay with you, hopefully, for the rest of your fucking miserable life.
Some kind of witch doctor.
No, I just hate
Easy, Tiger. Easy, Tiger. Keep positive.
I trust dogs. I trust dogs. I don't trust people. I trust dogs.
I mean, same. I'm with you. That's why I have so many of them.
And when dogs sense evil, they know. I trust the dog. Right, boy? Watch, he's right there. Don't.
Is that why you always
careful.
keep bacon in your pocket so the dog likes you?
Somebody privately said
That's totally a trick
my kids are in there.
that is well used.
Well, listen, this is not a joke. You know, it's not a laughing matter. It makes me very angry when I hear and I see those stories.
Who said that?
Huh?
Who said that? Who said that their kids are in the room?
Oh no, a friend of mine. She's like, easy with the language.
Welcome back, Tom. I thought you were drinking a Corona. I was like, hell yes, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. But
Topo
now I see that it's
Chico.
just water.
Topo Chico.
So, but anyway, while the immigration issue is a hot button issue, I've said this many times, we are at war. Make no mistake about it. This is war. And I'm going to get attacked. Some of you in the community are going to get DMs. You're going to get attacked. They're going to threaten us. Just stay the course. We are restoring the Republic. This is a higher order mission. Just stay the course. It's just noise. They are fish that have been taken out of the water and they're flipping around on the deck. Their writhing nerves will soon calm when they're dead. So, anyway, we are live, right? I should calm down.
We are.
Yeah.
I've already said that at least twice, but you don't listen to me.
Yeah.
We are live. On that note, thank you to everyone that's watching us on Rumble, YouTube. Even there's even been up to 5 people that have tuned in on Twitch at one point. And then, of course, to the viewers that come and go extremely quickly on X.
So, we're on an important mission. It is, you know, there are a lot of tip lines at law enforcement agencies, but it is unprecedented that a reward system is synthesized without the help of taxpayer money. And it is unprecedented that we leverage blockchain to delegate tasks for evidence gathering and validation that would ordinarily be performed by law enforcement agencies. Right? So we are in, you know, this is unprecedented. It's never happened before. And there's 2 sides to this argument. There's the side that wants to stay in power, which is the Democrats, and the only voting bloc they have left are illegal aliens and transgenders, maybe a couple of others who haven't woken up yet. I think Jonathan Stewart woke up the other day, literally on the air. Did you see that, Nick?
He went like this. He went.
Oh my God! He was grabbing his head. He was throwing his.
Just talking about that $42 billion for broadband across the U.S. and nothing.
Yes, that's right.
Nothing had been done. And he was going over the how many years it takes to go through the process, and How they designed it so all the consulting companies would make tons of money, but nothing would actually happen?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think he had his come to Jesus moment, or come to God moment.
Come to Elon.
Come to Elon moment. But it's a higher order mission, and we're going to face massive opposition. We're going to get attacked. They're going to try and take our websites down. They're going to try and DDoS us. But we're ready. We're ready. So, but don't be unsettled if it happens to you, because you happen to be in this group, you're a member of the Telegram channel, and you're a participant, and so on and so forth. They're going to come after all of us.
Fuck them.
It's all bullshit. That's right. And
You know, the founding forefathers, whoever signed that Declaration of Independence got fucked. It's on my Medium. I listed them all and how fucked they got.
So some of the stuff that you may hear or see is going to be unsettling.
All right, stop scaring me.
All right. No, listen, I'm teaching them how to put their fatigues on and load their weapons. That's all. You have to harden your soul. I mean, and that was a pun. I didn't actually intend that. You have to harden your soul. Yes.
Wait, harden your soul? Harden your soul?
Yeah, harden your soul and harden your soul.
Five-year action plans.
Oh
the states kind of go back
Yes.
and they kind of think about how they're going to do this, and they don't just say, okay, you know, thank you for the money, we're going to spend it, and you can see how it worked out later. We're like, here's our 5-year action plan. Then
Our main Twitter is ICERAID News, correct?
Publish the
Correct.
broadband
Yes.
data maps before NTIA allocates funds. So having done the NOFO, the letters of intent, the request for planning grants,
Well, hold on one
then
second.
the review,
Go to the website
approval,
and
and
you'll have
awarding
the
of the
links
planning grants.
right on the website.
Then the 5-year
because all
action
the
plans.
socials
In
are on the
between
right-hand
that, the federal
side.
government has to put forward a map saying where it thinks we need
Okay.
rural broadband.
Calm
subsidies.
down.
And then, of course,
On the
the
widget.
states need an
On the
opportunity.
widget.
The best, if you're looking at the broadcast, is Jon Stewart's holding his head right now like, oh my God.
So then the NTIA, step 7, has to use the FCC maps to make allocation decisions.
Copy.
Then, having already done their letter of intent, their request for planning grants, it's hard even to talk about this, man. Step 7 is NTIA must use the FCC maps that were already
I'm trying
challenged.
to decipher
for
what
allocation
Jimmy is
decisions.
saying. I said the project is so
I
great.
think this one is actually quite amazing.
Oh, Jimmy, do you speak Greek? Yeah, yes. Well, that's almost a yes. I am from Greece. So, Nick, read this, and then translate for him. Right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Spanos.
Oh my God. Πώς γίνεται να κρατήσουμε όλα τα λεφτά μας για καιρό και αυτές οι τρέλες μπορούν να πουλήσουν όλα άμα δεν θέλουν. Αυτοί τα αγοράσανε τώρα. Αυτοί που τα αγοράσανε τώρα μπορούν να πουλήσουν. Όχι. Except the people that bought now can sell, right?
If they want to, why would you?
Yeah. How can these people sell? They just bought it. Αυτοί που αγοράσανε τώρα πουλάνε. Πρέπει να αγοράσεις τώρα να μπορείς να πουλήσεις τώρα. Εμείς...
Gary.
Huh? He's making a joke.
Oh, okay. Greek joke.
Yeah, if you buy it right
The
now...
translate option pulls that up as Indonesian.
Huh?
And the translation is there are several vaccine.
If you buy it right now on radio, you can sell it right now on radio.
But
Right.
you get it from some...
You got it from the street, somebody on the street corner in Thessaloniki.
Lucky
Here.
And then you had some tzatziki while you're doing it.
Then echo. I can't say that word.
Uh-oh.
The perils of a live broadcast, ladies and gentlemen.
Right? I think I need to learn Greek. It sounds like a really difficult language to learn, but I learned French, so it shouldn't be that bad.
Come on up to Canada and try that French that you learned. They'll look at you like you're crazy.
No, I actually have some friends that live in Windsor, Canada.
Yep.
And I learned within the last couple of months that Toronto is not pronounced Toronto.
Toronto.
It's Toronto. Yeah. I just learned that.
It's 2 syllables. Toronto.
Toronto. Yeah.
Toronto.
People just butcher it. Just Toronto.
Yeah.
That's how they know that you're not from there. Toronto. And Mrs. Striking is from Toronto, so that they learned that early on.
They got you used to losing stuff over there. I mean, you even lost a syllable to taxation.
Yeah, you lost a syllable to the tariffs. Dimi, you should type in Greek.
Yeah, put the Greek font.
Type it in Greek. Because this way, if Nick's not here, I can translate it. Yes. Thank you.
I'm glad someone can translate, because my little Telegram translator is giving me Indonesian, Croatian, and German.
No,
but not Greek.
I use Google Translate. Really good.
Every language was built from Greek, so it's going to be confusing.
No.
Listen, it doesn't matter.
I thought every language came from Latin.
No, the Latins are Italians mated with a goat. Greeks mated with a goat.
Lord have mercy.
Exactly.
Next, he's going to say democracy was invented in Greece.
And math and literacy.
Because we were free. The Romans took it and they got a Caesar out of it.
That sounds like something that someone from Greece would say.
Listen, when everyone else was trying to cover themselves with a fig leaf, we were already cross-dressing.
You're a mess.
Listen, the Greek language is a superior operating system. We invent words on the fly. Can you invent the word on the fly? While people are yelling.
Can I? Absolutely. Have you ever met a woman from the South?
I'm just saying. No. We invent words that actually belong in the newest dictionary, because you're allowed to invent words while you speak. You put words together. That's why science and biology is all Greek, because they describe what they're doing by putting all the pieces together. That's
like German.
Well, German.
I also describe what I'm doing by inventing words.
Yeah, but you're a super genius without the Greek operating system. Imagine if you also had the Greek operating system running in your brain. You can always learn Greek.
I would be unstoppable.
Yeah, you got to go in the. I mean, I got a perfect score on my math SAT, and then I went to Greek military school, and I walked in on my senior year. I walked into the math class, and I felt like a kindergartner. These guys I couldn't believe it. They're doing quadratic equations in their brains. They're doing linear algebra. They were just doing everything. And then after a few days, I realized that the language is math, because the way he spoke to them was actually the formulas. And I just thought he was speaking Greek, and the Greek is actually the formulas. So that was pretty cool. That's why I invented the.
So I'm actually terrible at math, unless it's like megs per kg per second on a 15 drop line set. Then I can do that in my head. But don't ask me like what 142 plus 768 is, because then I have to like count. I can't do that. I can't do all that. But if it's like a life-saving drug, I got you. I can calculate that on the fly.
6.03 times 10 to the 23rd moles.
How about souls to ice raids? Souls to ice raid.
Well, that's
Souls to ICERAID.
moving too fast.
Hang on, I can tell you, but it's not because I'm going to do it in my head. One soul is 41,013.168 ICERAID.
No, let's get him live. Tom,
Yeah.
send the gray beard the link so that he can join us live if he wants. I don't want to put him on the spot, but
Gray
This
Beard,
way.
let me know if you want a link.
perfect. Send it to him.
All right, it's going to take me 1 second to program him in here. Mm-hmm.
So I think my dog hears your dog barking.
Yes, he's not
so now my dog is like,
Gray Beard,
No,
check your
man.
DMs
But I
from
have
me for a link.
that's my Belgian Malinois that's barking currently.
You can't use a VPN with that link. Otherwise, you get no video, like a Pixie here.
That's my bad, man. I'll have my friend change it. I just don't know how to.
Man, your phone battery must not last very long if you have a VPN running all the time.
It doesn't at all, and it's a pain in the butt. I have the new iPhone, and I have to charge it like twice a day. But it's because I have the VPN going all the time. Which I understand why, because like I click links that I shouldn't click, and like it's a protection for me. I get it, but it's a little bit of a pain in the butt.
All right, Graybeard, we've got your audio.
All right, let's everybody hit that tweet.
So I'm going to show you something really cool. Watch this.
What am I watching?
Just watch.
Where am I watching?
15, 10.
Yeah, 1 second.
Watch.
Guys,
There's a Marine. There's a Marine with us.
There's 2 Marines. My husband's at home too.
And is he on live with us?
What just happened? No, he's taking the dog outside right now.
I'm programming in the Graybeard here, so just give me a second to...
Hold on 1 second. There is a United States Marine present on our broadcast. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Graybeard. Thank you for your service.
Hold on.
Oh, thanks for the acknowledgement. I'm getting double feedback. I'm trying to figure out my mic here.
You're probably listening in the
I think
Telegram
Mom is
too.
fixing it.
Just turn the Telegram off.
Say it again?
I said it's likely you're watching in the Telegram also, so go ahead and turn the your Telegram link off.
Yeah, I'm going to join on my tablet, actually. Give me 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the ICERAID launch party here. ICERAID.us. The link to our project is in the body of the wherever you're viewing this, except on X. Just find or go to our website, ICERAID.us, and the links to all of our social medias are on there. Don't trust anything you see anywhere else. Go to our official website, ICERAID.us, to find the links to our social media and to our Telegram room. Join the Telegram room. Be part of the community. Invest your hard-earned sols or souls, however you want to do it, in our project, and get to know what we're all about here, and essentially bringing the power back to the people from the government and providing the government or governments with evidence crowdsourced by people to help illegal immigration, kidnapping, a whole bunch of crimes, including burning Teslas or keying them. Jason, can Tesla owners upload videos?
Videos, not yet. Only still photographs.
Can they upload a link to a YouTube video?
No, they can't. Well, yes, you can take a link and you can add it to the metadata. So if you upload an image, a still image, but you took a video, you can paste the link to the video if it's up on YouTube in the metadata.
I believe we have all four of us on the screen now here. I got to unmute the gray beard here. We should be good to go. Now, welcome to the show, gray beard.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me better now?
We can.
Perfect, excellent.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thanks for the acknowledgement. I appreciate you.
Oh, yes.
Too bad they don't take call guys anymore. I'm trying to always go back in, and they don't let me. They don't want me.
Who doesn't want you?
Man, no service wants me anymore. You know, everything is for the younger bucks. I say keep the younger bucks home. Send us.
Well, we're about to send a bunch of mercenaries, for lack of a better word, to Congo.
Congo. Who's sending them? What contractor's sending them?
I don't know, but one of my guys negotiated because they took to get the mining, the lithium mines back from.
Yeah, send me the link. I'm in.
Jason will send you my number. It's not.
So you're home safe. That's good. I can see that you're home safe.
Yes, I am. I am. I'm mostly doing YouTube channels and stuff. You know, YouTube stuff now.
So what do you think about what we're doing here?
Fantastic. Love it. It's excellent. It's a solid project. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's there's a lot of coins to launch with supposedly utilities and whatnot. You know, that don't do anything, end up doing nothing, end up rogging. But this is an actual project, from what I understand so far. Anyway, you know, it's an actual utility. It's an actual thing that you can put your finger on. You can touch it, right?
Yep. Yeah. If we were to build this from scratch, it would have taken about a year. But we had the infrastructure from another project, so we forked it and twisted it a little bit. And we were able to launch the actual application. The app was launched first, and then we launched the token. So the concept that we're communicating, right, is, and you've probably heard me talk about GovFi before. GovFi is a category that was born at Brock's house in terms of the term, right? The term GovFi, when I was talking to Bobby Jeffries, District 10, Pennsylvania, about making campaign contributions using tokens within the law, right?
Sure.
And that it would achieve three things. It would help finance their campaign. They would make their voter constituents aware of the application, the voter constituents would use the application, they would help solve a problem in their home state that they're running on without any taxpayer cost. So it's a political trifecta, right? No taxpayer cost, finance your campaign, solve a problem in your home state. So that's when he said, I'm gonna call Matt Gaetz and his friend at Gateway Pundit. And so we went on the air, and here we are, right? So GovFi delegates tasks, could be any task, to citizens for a reward that would ordinarily be performed by bloated government agencies that are funded by taxation and borrowing, right? So, and then people ask the question, well, who's funding the rewards? And the answer is, it's a reward system that develops with a token, whose value is supported by this symbiotic relationship between government agencies and citizens, right? There's 330 million of us here. Use us. We want to help. We're not meant to be censored or oppressed. We're meant to be empowered. And with blockchain, we can do these things, right? And it won't cost the government a dime. If in the future they want to commit 10 million to the liquidity pool, that would be nothing for them. And they're not spending it. It's liquidity, and they'd end up making money from it.
Sure.
So when you carve away the excess fat in government agencies by delegating certain tasks to citizens that get rewarded, you're also putting all of the 30 million people back to work who were abandoned by the Biden administration during COVID because they were looking for work too long. So they're no longer counted in the economic statistics, the unemployment numbers, right? Because if you counted everyone who was out of work in the unemployment numbers, we'd be 18, 20%.
Yeah, at least.
Our interest rates would be 18, 20%. We wouldn't be able to refinance our debt. Nobody would want our debt. And, the dollar would go to hell, right? So when you look at ICERAID, it's the simplest example of what a GovFi protocol is. And it's bringing our other project along with it, because our other project actually delegates the task of validating complex machine-readable financial statements like the ones filed with the SEC. It's a decentralized physical infrastructure that reads, understands, and detects inconsistencies in financial disclosures, right? And now you're talking about adding integrity to the information that underlies the global capital markets, because financial statements are filed across 200 regulatory agencies in 65 jurisdictions, right? Now that we call RegFi, but it's still like the SEC is a government agency, and if they can delegate proof of compliance to citizens, we can carve away a lot of fat at the SEC as well. So ICERAID wasn't the first, but it's the simplest example of a GovFi protocol. And, anyone who has a phone can participate. You snap a picture of someone committing animal cruelty or homicide, kidnapping, terrorism. You see somebody scraping a Tesla, that's domestic terrorism now. Snap a photo, connect your wallet, upload it, and you get rewarded. right? And
That's very strong. That's changing. That's game changing, 100%.
So the other thing you can do is you could validate the evidence. You can act as a validator. In about a month, we're going to roll out a validator staking contract, where if you commit liquidity to the liquidity pool, it doesn't matter how much it is, you can take your staking tokens that you get, your LP tokens, and then you can meet your staking requirements as a validator and validate the evidence that gets uploaded. So you get 2 rewards, and you're doing real work in the real world to do a real job that, you know, law enforcement can benefit from, right? And it raises the confidence that evidence can be, that they can pursue it, right? Otherwise, they do a lot of this stuff themselves, right? And, you know, there's a lot of tip lines at a lot of law enforcement agencies, as you know, but they kind of want to know who you are, because they want to know how credible the evidence might be, your story. They want to hear you. Here, you're connecting anonymously. It's a cryptographic bit string, and you're connecting anonymously, and you're uploading your evidence. So, I don't know, we thought, and it came together really quickly. It was a bucking horse. And the only thing we could do is hold on, right? For dear life.
I mean, if you don't mind me saying anything, I mean, as far as the coin is concerned, it did launch during a bloodbath, and he's holding pretty strong. I mean, you know, I believe that his credibility in the market, the biggest issue, and this is that credibility should not be an issue. I mean, like you said, you know, you can use it with your phone, you can get rewarded with it. It's very hands-on. But the government part of it, can you elaborate a little more of it on it, if you don't mind?
Sure. So we have dialogue with various different law enforcement agencies. I have a meeting with the SEC on the 11th of April. And we want to explain this to them. Now, local law enforcement in blue states may take it up quicker. But when you're talking about a large government agency, that's going to take some time. So what we want to do is we're going to give them, in the case of ICERAID, we're going to give them the data. We're not charging them any money. We don't need to make money charging them for data, right?
Right.
The way we make money is we make a portion of the liquidity pool.
Sure.
And that's it. That pays for, you know, our development team. That's all we need, right? It's got to be that way if it's going to catch on. Now, maybe there'll be a profit model in the future, but not right now. So, hold on. I have to block this pesky person here.
The message bong is going nuts.
Yeah. I'm getting inbound messages from all the fruit flies now that want to pin us on finance spaces and this one and that one. But so when we speak to law enforcement, we tell them right away, you don't have to tap your budget. All this evidence is for free. You decide what to pursue, but our community and our technology is going to help do the work to raise the confidence in what you pursue, right? So now the question is matching the legitimate evidence that can be pursued with the manpower on law enforcement, right? On a police precinct or New York City Police Department or whoever it is, right? Now, the other thing is there is a category that we have called obstruction of justice. Now, you can't take a picture of obstruction of justice. You have to associate it with one of the other categories. So, for instance, a perfect example, I don't know who did it, but somebody took a picture of Judge Boasberg in the D.C. Circuit Court who ruled against the Alien Invasion Act as they were flying to to deliver the
El Salvador.
Yeah. Somebody took a picture of him and categorized it as obstruction of justice. It's cute, but a better example, more practical example, if you see somebody scratching a Tesla and you shoot him with a photo, right?
Let's be clear about that.
I got excited there for a second.
Yeah. You shoot him with a photo, but somebody else comes and tries to push you away or block you, right? You take a picture of them and you associate obstruction of justice with domestic terrorism, right? So you have to associate obstruction of justice with one of the other categories. So now, some people, they're conservative, but they're nervous because they've been conditioned to shut up. They've been censored. We published guidance on federal laws about surveillance by citizens. And there's a table of authorities that shows that I have to give you the actual the link, Tom.
You know, I'm in Florida, so I literally was, and I'm originally from the Dominican Republic. So when that prison break happened in Haiti, I made videos about it, exactly what was going to happen, and it has aged very, very well here in Florida. What exactly I said was going to happen.
So let me see if I can find it. Here it is. I'm going to post it in the Telegram. It's a tweet, but if you click the link, it takes you a page to the guidance. And that guidance gives you cases at bar that govern and statutes, right? All within the backdrop of the Fourth Amendment. So if you're in the state of New York, for instance, and there may be conflicts between federal and state law, it explains what the conflicts might be in the table. So that's just to help, citizens who want to participate but might be unsure about what the laws are. We publish them. So if you're in Florida, use that guide, and if you care, right? And help us restore our republic, bro. I know you did your job already.
No, not at all, man. Not at all. I wish I could do more. Not at all. That's what I'm all about right now. I'm kind of retired, if you would say. I don't know that I can ever retire. But my whole concept is keeping America from becoming a banana republic. I come from one. So, I come from
I used
one.
to love pants from Banana Republic. We can't be hating on that too much. They have some awesome khakis.
Yes, right. Yeah, but I mean, it's keeping America from becoming to that. The only way that I could right now, the best way that I can right now, which is just speaking about my experiences, where I come from and whatnot, and how I serve, this great nation of ours, and how there is a right way and a wrong way to do it, and there's no in between. It's only a right and a wrong. That's it. And this country deserves the effort to do it right. He goes into what people say. What you don't give skin for, what you don't suffer for, is not worth keeping.
Right.
And this country is definitely something. But the previous administration, and by the way, other than the previous Trump administration, it's almost every administration, man, has figured out a way to screw Americans through immigration one way or another.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt, but we got to nip this in the bud. Somebody just said that we're not experienced in crypto. They don't understand where we are, how long we've been in crypto, right? So I want him to, some guy in the chat, let's give him a chance. He doesn't know.
Sure,
So-
and it's also what I do for a living as well. So
Yeah, let's give him. What's your vision for this? Well, that's a different guy, Luke. Let me get to you in a minute, Luke. IR. I want IR to state what questions were asked that he thinks the answer was not correct.
So he was asking why the starting market cap was not 50K, as it was mentioned it may be a few days ago. And I told him that that calculation was based off of the released supply, and the full market cap is based off of the circulating supply, which is the whole supply, the total supply. That's what the starting market cap is based off of. That is absolutely how it works.
Yep.
And he's just a pain in the butt, and he can either be nice or he can be quiet.
Well,
he wanted to dump.
Let's give him one more chance. The value of Sol a few days ago was higher than the value today. So the initial liquidity pool was matched with the same number of ICERAID tokens per Sol as the last sale in the pre-sale. And when you measure it in dollars, it was different on the last day of the pre-sale than it is today because of the decline in Sol. In fact, some people contributed when Sol was $200. Here it is 120.
And you took a snapshot of that, of course, right?
Well, anybody can look at that on chain, right?
There you go. Right. Well,
Yeah.
I'm talking about for the lazy ones, right?
I'm sorry. No, listen, AI is doing something to humanity that I don't agree with, and it's making them stupid, not smart. And so any chance someone gets to be lazy, I call them out. Do the math. I'll give you the conditions and the logic, but I want you to do the math because I want you to learn.
Sure.
Okay? I'm 58 years old. As you know, I talk to my kids this way, but they listen. These people, they don't listen in crypto.
Right.
So I'm not going to hand you the understanding. I can give you the information, but I cannot give you the understanding. So when you ask questions that are based upon a lack of understanding, I'm going to ask you questions that will provoke an understanding. Right?
Right.
So, and the reason why is because that's what was done to me by this guy, Nick, sitting next to me 13 years ago.
Yeah, I just found crypto the other day.
Yeah.
My original statement still stands. He can be nice or he can be quiet.
I just found crypto the other day.
But we
That's
do
so not true.
want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, right? Because, you know, people...
I did. I answered his questions, and he continued to be mean, and that's not going to be tolerated.
But I registered cryptos.com in 2004. How about that?
So
Nick at cryptos.
I have a really cool story for you, Nick. I don't know if you've heard it.
No.
I bought Bitcoin back in 2012, 2013. I was taking Ambien. And Ambien, I don't know if you know this, but it's a sleeping medication for people who have insomnia. And my body would fight the medication. So I would still be like up walking around my house and have no clue what I was doing. And so this one particular night, I was walking around the house and I was standing in front of my refrigerator. I had the refrigerator open and I was holding a Taco Bell sauce packet with no pants on, just in my sleep shirt. And then I go to my computer and you see me on my computer because we have security cameras. I'm like Bruce Almighty typing on my computer. And then I close my computer, I grab my Taco Bell sauce packet and my blanket, and I go to the garage and fall asleep on a deep freezer. So come to find out, what I did during that time on my computer was buy Bitcoin off of some shady website, and it was a file on my computer. It wasn't even on an exchange yet. So the file, you just get this file on your computer that you have to use like WinZip to get into.
Right,
and that's how I bought Bitcoin for $13.50 per coin. Yeah. And I have held on to it this whole time.
God bless you. So
I sold some. I sold some in 2018 to buy a house. But I still have the majority of it. But I thank Taco Bell sauce packets and Ambien for my Bitcoin purchase.
So you have the happy ending of that story. My story, I bought it because of Alex Jones back in 2012 or 2011, something like that, and it was like $12, and I bought it the exact same way.
All right.
And I bought $1,000 worth.
Actually, here.
And then I don't know if it was Obama or something was happening that they were scaring the hell out of people, and I couldn't afford losing my $1,000, so I sold it or got rid of it. I don't remember exactly how the hell I did it, but for nothing. And many years later, my brothers called me, laughing at me, and how
rude!
Didn't you used to have Bitcoin or something like that? I'm like, oh yeah, man. I don't know. Why? And they started showing me, and it was like a 20,000. Then they showed me again when it was.
And you were sick.
And then I'm like, I'm not gonna buy it now. I had it for like $8. Forget that. Then they show it to me at 60,000. I'm like, I'm not gonna buy it now. I just had it at 20,000 the other day. And now, so my story was, you are. Thank God. I wish I would have had that. I wish I would have had that Indian and the packages. I did.
It's the Taco Bell sauce packet. I'm convinced that because they used to have the little words on them, like the quotes.
Right.
So I'm convinced that there was something on that sauce packet that was like, buy Bitcoin. And because I'm a trauma nurse. I don't know anything about crypto, or didn't at the time. So there was something that led me to buy it. I don't know what it was, but it was divine intervention for sure. And it worked out for me. I bought it for $13.50 per Bitcoin.
I might have had even cheaper than that. And my wife, a friend of her on the Facebooks, said, doesn't your husband have like some kind of crypto type of thing? Doesn't he meddle in that? Because I'm looking into this thing called Ethereum. And I'm like, oh, I'm done with all that crap. So that's, and I think it was super cheap back then too. But I didn't care back then.
Yeah, I bought some Ethereum in 2018.
See?
And I bought, what else did I buy? I bought Tron and Litecoin. Was it Litecoin? I think it was Litecoin in 2018.
Okay.
And
you'll be able to join with that link.
Oh, so
what are you talking about?
All right. That's great.
I'll ping you as soon as he's ready. All right. Sorry.
Are you talking to me? Oh, no, you're on the phone.
Sorry to interrupt. So we're going to have another guest as well. Jeff Palumbo from DNA. Jeff Palumbo from DNA Capital is going to join us. DNA Fund.
So we were asked in the Telegram chat, what are your thoughts on XRP?
Oh, we're not going to give those thoughts in this channel.
But it's Iceman.
Okay. All right. If it's Iceman, that's a different story. So please allow me.
I will allow you. Go for it.
ICE. Here's the deal. In 2013, a couple of guys from JP Morgan got together and they created a database. They called it a blockchain, and then they launched a token on that database, and they minted many tokens. One of them is Jeff McCaleb, who came from another project. XRP, the token, is not used for anything, and it sits on not a blockchain, but a massively sharded, centralized database. And that's...
Did you just say sharded?
Sharded, not shart, S-A-R-D. Shard, S-A-R-D.
I was like, wait a minute.
Better check my pants.
Right, I was like, I need a whole different explanation now.
Now, what they did was they minted a lot of XRP and they sold a lot of it. And that's why they got a lot of money. And they're using that money most recently to campaign the president and the crypto task force. And that's how they got included in the digital asset stockpile. It's not a strategic reserve. It's a stockpile. The strategic reserve is Bitcoin only. And then you have Ethereum, XRP, Solana, Cardano in the stockpile. So, yeah. That's my explanation of XRP. I did that without bashing them either. Now,
I think somebody was in there being a troublemaker.
listen, there's a lot of things that we owe to XRP, and that is we owe them a debt of gratitude because of the money they spent fighting the SEC. Had they not fought and they rolled over, I don't know where we would be. That would be, it would be really, really bad precedent.
That's a great point.
Right? So I used to look at them with skepticism, but they've done a lot in the space to help the space, of course, in a selfish sort of way, but it helped all of us in the process. So that we have a lot to thank for them for that. And Tom, let me know when you can let Jeff in, and I'll ping him.
You can ping him now.
Yeah?
Yeah, it'll take me a second to get his picture up on the screen, but his audio will come right up.
All right, hold
on. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the ICERAID.US launch party. The token, I should say the whole project is launched, and today the token is being released. Actually, it was launched and is now released for purchase on Radium. If you haven't been listening to the broadcast that long, if you're new to it, please get to know us. Join our Telegram community and ask questions. This is not a meme coin. It's a project being built on Solana that is part of what we call the GovFi protocol, bringing actions of the government into an area where people can crowdsource information for the government to use, specifically in reporting crime right now. Just waiting for another guest to come on here.
Can you guys hear me?
You definitely have that news broadcaster voice. I love it.
I definitely work on that voice tonight at 11.
It works. It definitely works.
All right, he's coming on, but he might also be using a VPN. If he's using a VPN, it's a problem.
All right, let me tell him.
And if this information gets conveyed properly and simple enough, this is going to be a big deal.
And that's the key, simply enough. And I think Jason's working on the simplification part of it also.
Right.
Well, is it not simple when I say GovFi? He said he has no VPN.
Were you talking about another wallet?
If you're bringing in normies, and not necessarily the degens, but the normies,
yeah,
and people that are looking to help, to do something, to join this, not so much because, like you said, a meme scenario, but a project is something they believe in, something they want to participate. There's going to be a lot of normies that are not going to understand. Very simple, everything that you said. I do. Been doing this for a little bit, for a few years, but if we can figure out a way to simplify it even further, I think, I mean, that's just my suggestion. I think it'll open a lot more doors.
Luke.
I think that's part of why I'm here, is to dumb it down for folks, because I don't have the political background. I don't have the finance background, but I do have a crypto background, and I'm just a trauma nurse that just dabbles in crypto. So I am here to kind of dumb things down for the normies.
That's awesome. Great background. Well,
it's all right. It has its moments for sure.
Besides the Marine Corps, I was national sales director for a company, and making training books and being able to pitch products was what was my forte back then. To find the angles, to dumb them down, like you said, right, for the salespeople. So I know that.
Right. You have to speak to people in a way that they understand. Right. You have to speak to them on their language level.
Correct. Yes.
And I learned that as a nurse because, an 80-year-old is not going to understand big words or big diagnoses. So you have to speak to people in a way that they understand.
My daughter switched from, she was going to go straight up oncology, and now I think she's just gonna, not just gonna, but she's becoming a nurse practitioner. She graduates, I think, next month. And my son is in law school and my other son is in engineering school.
That's awesome.
Yeah. They all dabble.
I have a couple of degrees. I also have my nurse practitioner, but I really enjoy emergency medicine the best. So I did my CCRN and my TCRN and all of the RNs. I have my BSN and my MP. I have a learning problem. Like, I have a brain that just doesn't stop. I love to learn. I like finding things that I don't know anything about so that I can learn about it. I never give up. I have that tenacity, I guess, or insanity. It could go either way, honestly.
That's probably related to
right. It probably is, for sure.
Hey,
for sure. Because at 2 a.m., I'm reading on quantum physics instead of sleeping. So
there you go.
Such is life. And I'm actually married to a former Marine. And he'll roll over at like 2:30 in the morning, and he's like, once a Marine, always a Marine. Right. He does say that his favorite color crayon is red.
But you said
because Marines are the crayon eaters.
You said former,
because he says former.
Right.
So he doesn't like.
Yeah.
He says it, so I say it. Right. I take his lead on that because
you always catch the line.
He doesn't want anybody to think that he's active duty.
Yeah, you always catch the fronters when they say X. I'm an ex-Marine. What makes me slap him right in the mouth?
Yeah, you're never an ex-Marine.
Slap him right in the mouth.
Yeah, there's a lot of people I have learned that participate in the stolen valor, which blows my mind because why? Like, what are you getting from that?
Well, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. It has to do with the lack of identity, lack of identity, lack of being done anything, achieved anything, and they just want to grab onto something, that they figure is very hard to prove, which is not. It's very easy to prove that you're not a Marine if you're not one. Specifically, the Marine Corps. That one is very easy to identify the fronters. But, for those...
My husband was in for 12 years.
Is anyone else hearing Pixie too softly?
No.
Jason, did you guys hear Pixie's audio change, or is that just me?
I hear her fine.
Me too.
All right.
Well, he set up his. He set up his. He has a setup for radio. His voice got to stand out more, you know.
As the line says, I've got a face for radio.
And born September 11.
Who was born on September 11th?
I read somewhere Jesus was.
Oh.
Google next time. Oh, so is my wife. But Google that whenever you have a chance late tonight. See what if I'm right about that or not. Yeah, was Jesus born in September? The real birth is September 11 or not, something like that.
I was just told there's a bunch of people making fake accounts of me. So
that's gonna happen, especially on launches, yeah.
If you
and they're gonna get invites, to their TGs.
Yeah.
Automatically. If their setting is not done properly, they're gonna get automatically added to a group.
Yep, that's true. And so if I reach out,
yeah, me too.
If I reach out to you, hold on one second. What time is it now?
4:45.
If I reach out to you and ask you for money, just know it's not me, because I'll never ask you for money.
Or to send them to link their wallet to anything.
Yep, I'll never do that. You know, that's the unfortunate thing. People, new people in Web3, a lot of them are going to get clipped and they're going to fall for that. Oh, so somebody already reached out to somebody and they said they asked for a half an ETH, and after launch, they're going to return it.
Love it.
Yeah. I don't understand why they only asked for half an ETH. Why not like 10 ETH? Yeah. If you're going to steal, be like Sam Bankman-Fried and steal 60 billion, or Bernie Madoff,
or the Bidens.
Or the Bidens, right. God only knows how much they stole. Jesus.
Zelensky seems to be doing all right.
Yes, so it's 350 billion, but apparently only 60 made it to the front lines.
Yep, according to him anyway, yeah.
Right? Well, listen, here's the thing. A heroin addict will steal your wallet and then help you look for it.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So when he was on TV saying we only got 60 billion, we don't know where the rest was, you know who stole it.
But something that blows my mind, again, I've made a video about this too. It's just very frustrating for the common man. And I know what Doshi's doing and Elon, you know, and the whole shebang. But just pick your monkey. Just go straight to Pelosi and say we're gonna start with how much you make, and then we're gonna go back 4 years, and let's just see where that money came from, and that's it. You can pick any one of them, and just do a deep dive with any one of them. The public will be happy. We feel like something was done, and just start with any of them. Just a deep dive in any of those. I mean, it's just simple math. Get a Schumer, somebody like that, you know, get one of them high up theirs, and do for, okay, last 4 years, this is how much you make. This is what your salary looks like. And now let's deep dive. Where did your money come from? Let's go into the USAID and all of that stuff. Let's see where your money came from. Pick one person. I think the American public will be happy with just one. Don't even pick the Clintons. Don't even pick any of that everybody says. Just pick somebody simple and do it with that. This moron, the Navy SEAL crybaby one-eye patch guy. What's his name?
In Texas.
Crenshaw, that moron. Pick him.
As they say, how do you really feel about that?
Oh yeah. Tell me how you really feel about it.
I can't hear Pixie. If you guys can.
No, we can't.
Pixie, you might want to drop off and come back on. In fact, I'm just going to boot you. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone watching us on Rumble, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. We've joined the Rumble Creator Program. We're now an official, the DYOR Media Network is now a Rumble partner. Thank you very much to all of our followers and people that have watched over there. It's not a lot, but we made it. We squeaked by in it and got enough followers and enough watch time over there. And so we hope for good things to come. As such, I'm required to say, hey, if you want to join the Rumble Premium, you do that, and you get to watch our premium content that we put out during our daily live stream at noon when we talk about pricing on the various cryptos that we cover. Here's that. Pixie is back. Pixie, are you there? Hello? Hey, Jason, can you hear her?
I'm here. I can hear you.
No, can you hear Pixie?
Yeah, Pixie, you actually got stuck. I think one of your messages got muted. Are you muted in the Telegram? You're immutable. That's amazing.
I can't hear her for some reason, but I'll get her back in just a minute here.
I can hear you.
Yeah, she's not on the stream yet. That for some reason that connection dropped. I'll have her back in just a second. All right, where is everybody here? Sorry, Pixie, your voice is currently muted, but we'll have you back in just a moment as soon as I can bring this.
I can hear her.
Yeah, it's just on the video conferencing stuff. It's fine, but it's not getting into the streaming.
I think he's trying to tell you something, Pixie, without saying something. Right. You get mad.
Oh my God, a redhead ripped my gut out.
It's on.
I'm afraid a redhead ripped my guts out one time.
You know, I believe that. We are.
We got Pixie back here.
We are, and I'm short, right? So I say I'm closer to hell, which makes me meaner.
That was my office number.
I wasn't tall enough to be closer to heaven, so you get what you get.
Listen. Do you have Telegram?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually very nice. I believe in kindness. I just don't have a vast amount of tolerance for stupidity. So,
Speaking to my heart. Speaking to
I'm
my
very
heart.
nice. Very kind most of the time. Just don't be dumb. It's
Just
okay
don't
to be ignorant. It's
just don't
okay
be
to
dumb.
be ignorant because ignorant means that you don't know, right? And nobody knows what they don't know, so ignorance is fine. Just don't be stupid.
This one right here.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
That's not Zach. That was my office number. That's my cell phone. Change the name.
Um,
Yeah, redhead ripped my guts out. She hit me with a jet ski.
Hit you with a jet ski?
Yeah, full
You're
speed.
gonna have to elaborate on that.
Yeah, I think I need to hear this story. Is it the redhead that hit you with a jet ski?
Oh yeah.
What did you do to the redhead? Because that is something that was thought out.
I immediately,
Like, that was planned.
I just imagine.
I was on another jet ski, full speed. She went right up the nose, hit me right in the chest.
Oh my God.
In the Bahamas.
We hear you, but what we don't hear is what you did to the redhead. What'd you do to the redhead, Nick?
Well,
It starts with well.
Yeah, that's
well.
well, you know,
Enough said.
God explains everything.
Enough said.
Monogamy is a Greek word.
But it's not one that you know. Is that what I'm hearing? You didn't learn that one. Gotcha.
And you don't speak Greek.
He does speak Greek. He's just conveniently forgetting
Right.
that one.
Which one is that one? I can't remember.
She bought me a gold watch, and when I came home one day, there was a 10-penny nail through the middle of the gold watch in the front door.
That's fine. She bought it.
Yeah. And she hit me with a frying pan while I was sleeping in the head.
Okay, maybe she should not have done that, but I
Well,
understand.
the
I
jet
get
ski
it.
took the take because I had a ruptured stomach,
Wow.
a ruptured spleen,
Oh, so you weren't
12 broken ribs,
you weren't being
broken
hyperbolic.
sternum, broken sternum, punctured lung, collapsed punctured lung, bruised enlarged heart. My heart stopped 5 minutes.
Let me guess. Now you have 3 kids with her?
14 hours of surgery and 18 units of blood.
I'm just waiting for and we've been married for 16 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now you got 3. Now you got 3 kids.
Well, yeah, it was pretty attractive when she took care of me with that Florence Nightingale shit. But you know, you
Right.
can get over
Gets
it.
you every
can get
time.
over it. Yeah.
Gets you every time.
I flushed her beautiful red hair down the toilet. I thought she was gonna
Now I
drown,
feel like
so I turned
I'm
the-
like
I
borderline
stopped the
an accomplice to a crime.
I didn't want her to drown, so I took the lid off and I stopped the water from going down. Then she walked home 100 miles. It was a pretty good relationship for the 90s.
It sounds
You probably get in
amazing.
trouble for that right nowadays.
You would absolutely have
I
multiple
love her.
felonies.
I love her. I love her. Yeah.
I think we need to redefine what love means in Greek.
hold on, we got somebody here. I was told, this is Alex, I think he's Greek. I was told before vesting that the starting market cap would be $500,000. So I should have my investment at 500,000 market cap. Now I have 80%, negative 80% of my investment at 3 million market cap and need 15 million market cap to recoup. No, that's not true.
Yeah, nobody ever actually said what the market cap would be. What we put in the chat, or what was put in the chat, was how to calculate the market cap. That's what was put in the chat.
Yeah, there's two ways to calculate market cap. Now, on every other chain except for Solana, the market cap is the price of the token times the number of tokens in circulation, right? And then the fully diluted value is the number of tokens times the max supply. So the market cap of the ICERAID token in terms of max supply is now approximately 3 million. The market cap in terms of current circulating supply is 15.5, whatever people claimed, times the current price.
If you're in for the long run, though, unless you're planning to, sell it right away, it really shouldn't be that big of a deal.
But the thing is, the calculations are not right. And you're going to have to speak to this guy because he doesn't. I don't know if he speaks English.
Well, he does. He's typing in English.
Yeah, he might be typing using Translate.
Oh, well, okay. I think Alex was one of the guys that spoke Greek.
Is he typing with an accent?
Yeah. Pixie, Sean Joe needs to be unmuted.
I need the @ so that I can unmute them.
You need his handle, you mean?
Yes.
It's DogmanXRPL.
Oh, I like that.
Dogman XRPL. Stop it, Nelly. My dog is in my face. So there are times when I'm on video calls for my other job as a medical consultant. And Nelly, who is one of my rescue dogs, thinks that she is also working and should be involved in the video calls. So right now I'm sitting in front of my MacBook that's sitting on a lap desk, and Nelly, who is my red-nosed pit, is looking at all of you guys on my screen. Like she is here for it. Like she is on the payroll. Give this girl some raid tokens because she is ready to do business.
5 o'clock somewhere, ladies and gentlemen.
It is 5 o'clock now.
I'm having. I'm in Chicago right now. A little winery across the street. My buddy Warner owns. It's called Vin 312. No, he's not paying me to say this, but he works hard, and we have good fun there. Makes all sorts of wines just across the street here in downtown Chicago. The only legal winery in the city of Chicago since Prohibition. There's another one, but it's a franchise that makes wine in California and then brings it here. But he actually does right across the street. Stomps the grapes, has the press, does the whole thing as a tasting room.
That's amazing.
Right in the city. Goes out to California and Oregon and buys grapes, comes back and makes them, and very dedicated and does pretty well. And so I'm going to now I have to try a Chenin Blanc, and I'm not sure it's going to be any good.
Not a wine guy myself, but
it's good. Cool and crisp, and doesn't taste like ass. So it's good.
Yeah, I'm not a wine drinker. I know a lot of females are all about their wine, but that not it. I'm a bourbon girl.
Hoorah.
I can't do the wine.
Hoorah.
Soft spot in my heart for bourbon too.
Yeah.
I just posted a picture of Nelly who is 100% committed to this conversation, as you can see.
Let me see. I'm actually going to see it. Oh, that's great.
She's here for it.
Beautiful puppy.
She is, I think she wants to like live inside of my skin. Like she is such a Velcro dog.
A Velcro
She
dog.
also, yes, she is attached. When I leave the house, she gets in the windowsill and like stares out the window. And when I pull back in the driveway, like she's just like staring through me, like, how dare you leave me here?
Yeah.
She is so attached. Crypto Cowboy was muted. Let me unmute them because I've seen them here before.
So I have two Great Danes.
Two Great Danes.
Mhm.
That's a lot of poop.
I have a black one,
Some
and,
big poop.
a black one, which is mine, and then a Merle, which is gray and black, and that's my daughter's.
I have currently 5 dogs.
Now that's not a poop.
That is a lot of poop. I have 2 beagles. One is 16 years old and one is about 3. The 3-year-old is a rescue. I have 1 red-nosed pitty. That's Nellie, who's on the call with us, doing her best in crypto. She's learning. She is about 1.5 years old. We've had her for a little over a year. She was a stray. She came up to us at a cookout. And she was hungry. She was about 6 months old. So my husband said that if she got in the truck that she could come home with us. So she had some help getting in the truck. And now she is home with us. She has her own pajamas, her own heated blanket, and her own health insurance because, you know, we do it big over here. And then I have a Belgian Malinois who is protection trained. Her name is Kimber. And if I told you the names of my animals, you would see the trend. I have Kimber, Ruger, Nellie, which is short for Benelli.
Benelli.
And
I got a
Copper.
Benelli.
I used to have a banana.
So obviously we are Second Amendment people around here. And then my 5th and final dog, he's a rescue. Also, he's a foster. What?
Pixie, did we
Jake.
drop you there?
Me?
No,
No,
I'm
no.
still here.
Oh, okay. Just you stopped in the middle of what you're talking about. I think one of your dogs is attacking someone. An intruder? You have to go get the Benelli?
No, Benelli, who is Nellie, would not know what to do. She would probably help someone tote the TV out. But Kimber is the protection trained dog. She's the Belgian Malinois. My 5th and final
I
dog
also have a Kimber.
is his name is John. He's the only one that doesn't really fit in with the name groups. He's a foster, but he's just a giant wrecking ball. So we have Ruger, Kimber, Nellie, Copper, and John.
I love that Ruger one.
Ah, that's good. I like
I
that.
call him Roogs. He's 20 pounds. He's a little tiny beagle. I call him my little Roogs.
I have a Kimber Pro Carry 2. It's the one with the aluminum frame. I bought it a long time ago. Used to carry it a lot. I grew up from the first gun my dad ever taught me to shoot was the typical 22 Marlin, and then it moved on to a 357 with 38 special loads.
Nice.
Because I'm a small little guy at the time. I was 10 or 12. And then he introduced me to the 45 ACP, and I used to shoot.
At 10?
I know about 12. About 12. I didn't shoot
Okay,
it a lot,
12.
but I grew up shooting. So then I grew up shooting, and we used to reload also in our basement. So, and my dad started shooting various competitions at our range and stuff like that. So I grew up shooting IPSC. They're like in the 1980s and version of the International Practical Shooting Association. I don't know what its current variation is now. That and the bowling pin league. We used to have every Wednesday at the range. You could shoot bowling pins from a draw off a 5 bowling pins off a table as fast as you can. And man, that was so fun. But the IPSA
I was
shooting
on a bowling league once.
Yeah, that's fun. It's fun. So I spent so much time as a youngster with a 45 and practicing from the draw. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds and draws and thousands and I mean, ages. I was even in a magazine called Pistol Packing.
Wow.
at age 18 or something like that. I know. And then, but then as time went on, I didn't shoot a lot more anymore because my dad got out of it. Or actually, my dad just moved far away, and so I didn't shoot as much. I just would shoot occasionally to keep the skills up. But I never learned with the newer guns out now, and I never spent time doing it. And I borrowed someone's, I don't remember which model, but a SIG for a while, and I carried it a little. And since I didn't train with it enough, it wasn't the draw wasn't automatic. It wasn't, I couldn't draw. I had spent 20 or 30 years drawing a 45, dropping the safety, that I didn't have to think about it. That's the purpose of training that much. And with the other gun, I couldn't do it. And I know, and to this day, so I still carry a 45, even though, I only have it holding 8 rounds, and it's not the right gun. But it's the only gun my muscles are going to work with. And until I can spend the time training on a better gun with more capacity and a different safety system, it doesn't work for me. And in Chicago, we have a lot of fucking carjacking here, and there's a lot of business going on because the problems of the prosecutors, and I'm wrapping this back around into an ICERAID talk. The prosecutors, they just stopped. Yeah, the Soros prosecutors, they just stopped prosecuting people and announced it on TV. We're not going to prosecute people for shoplifting unless it's over $10,000. So they just went in the store, steal $9,000 worth of stuff, and be done with it. And they just stopped altogether. People would get out, and then they got rid of the cash bail thing, and so obviously the goal of no cash bail is to keep young black kids from sitting in jail for 2 years, and then they drop the charges, and then it doesn't ruin their life for 2 years. But what happened was they let all of the hardened criminals immediately out of jail as soon as they get arrested. Gun charges, shooting in public, even shooting someone, but they didn't die, so they just charged with aggravated assault instead of murder. They'd be out of jail in 2 or 3 days and back on the streets waiting their court date. So they're not going back to work. They're going back to their actual job of gangbanging. So they just commit more crimes. And it started, before Chicago was fairly segregated in where the crime happened. And now the crime happens all over the place. And thankfully, 15 years ago, the courts overturned our laws here and allowed us to start carrying firearms. It's just been a shit show. And finally, this last election, we got rid of the Soros-backed prosecutor and got this, for Cook County, which has part of the suburbs in it, got someone from out there who's got a better head on their shoulders and said, no, all these dudes need to go to the joint. And so now they are. But looking forward, carjacking. Give me my ICERAID rewards.
Oh my God, it's unmanageable, all these.
I'm getting them too.
Yeah, you guys, good luck, and I really appreciate your good intention of trying to answer all of them. But that's going to be impossible.
Yeah, I tell people to join the VC.
Yeah. And
check the pinned messages. Because if not, you're just answering the same question over and over and over again. And that gets monotonous. So.
And not only that, it looks good until you stop answering them, and then all of a sudden you just abandon it.
Welcome to the new people joining us in the Telegram voice chat. Vincent from Nigeria, thanks for joining us. I really appreciate it. Vincent is a moderator for my Telegram room, and he lives out in the Delta of Nigeria, and a difficult place to live, as they say. And thank you for joining us. David Slenderman, thank you for joining it. The Market Maestro. Tom S., thank you for joining us. Jeff Palumbo. CEO of Strax and head of government affairs for DNA. My wife is in the government affairs business in Canada.
Jeff was trying to join us on the
broadcast. And it wouldn't come through, and I was guessing that Jeff had either a VPN on his phone or device, or it was an old device and just wasn't connecting, or it was an older MacBook of some sort. But Jeff, if you're listening and you can connect on an Android device or a regular desktop, that one should still work.
Or a laptop.
Yep, we'll have laptops. Well, the MacBook, a bunch of the MacBooks don't work so well, the older ones, because Apple tried to do their own video codec system and corner the market on it. It didn't work. And of course, thanks to Biggest Dickus. I can get that in there. If you're from Chicago, maybe you know Dickus Buckus, but Biggest Dickus will do. And of course, Karanuk, thank you for joining us also. Really appreciate.
What do you think about those things?
That's what I love about it. I love doing this, and it's like, what'd you guys trade today? Oh, we traded a little ICERAID, we traded some Solana, Bitcoin, and Ass Munch number 2. I was like, oh, okay.
Is that a real token, Ass Munch number 2?
I'm
there
probably
is an Ass coin.
Yeah,
but there's probably an Ass Munch also.
Yeah, and there's also
Ass.
There's Fart coin, Ass Fart coin.
There's one currently that's at a 20 million market cap, and the name of it is Fat Inward Season.
Why does that sound familiar? Yeah, sounds familiar. That's in Sol, right?
Yeah, it's on Sol. And the banner on their deck screener is a large African American male on a jet ski.
Love it.
Oh, I saw that.
Like
I saw that
chains.
one.
Like
you know
crack, and their Telegram is hilarious.
It is hilarious. You know who sent that to me the other day? Jacob Ingalls, the guy that went on Laura Loomer.
I was like, I don't know who that is, but okay. He's
our media guy.
He's the media guy. That's what I was thinking.
Yep, our political consultant. In fact, we have a few now. So if you're in South Carolina and you don't like Lindsey Graham, vote for Mark Fisher.
I'm not in South Carolina.
Please, somebody.
I'm in Georgia.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. In a minute, I'm going to go to the corner and grab some pizza and bring it back.
We'll hold the fort
and I'm going to
down.
go for... I don't know if you guys noticed, but I had a full gear on. I was going to go for a run. I might just hear it. I'm going to keep it, but I'm going to listen to it. But I'm going to be running.
Shh.
Going to ruin your knees.
Sounds great.
Too late for that. I'm just.
So I'm going to put.
Too late for lower back and knees.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Graybeard, I am sending you a direct message, so when you get one, it is me.
Okay, perfect.
So, Graybeard, I just need to know where you're at. Like, are you in some kind of a shop?
Well, no.
So it looks like you sell guns out of where you're at. Like, that's what your background
It does look like a
You
gun shop. That's what I thought, too.
Firearms.
Well, because of all this stuff and all this other stuff. No. It's where I do my podcast out of. This is my little office.
Okay. Well, you could have lied to me. I would have believed you. Because it absolutely looks like you sell firearms for a living out of your space.
Hold on. I got something to show you guys.
I'm a breaker for the cartels.
Okay.
I mean, broker.
Broker. I like breaker better.
Yeah. They're offering good money for people with experience over there.
I bet they are.
Good money.
Multilingual, even better.
Yes.
I don't know what Jason is doing.
He was going to show us something.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, then the phone went to the ground, and I was like, uh-oh. What's he about to show us?
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
That's
That is.
beautiful.
Oh, wow. That's
That is
terrible.
excellent.
Of course.
But you
good
sent-
would that be?
I don't know that we can show this on a live stream, Jason.
Why not?
Too late now.
Too late
Right.
now.
I mean, it's too late for it now. Poor Tom over there is about to get canceled.
It is my God-given right to bear arms.
Yes.
That is huge.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
I think Tom almost spit his wine out.
And on that note, I'm going to grab some pizza. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right,
Sounds great.
don't disconnect. Just turn your camera off.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the DYOR Media Network here in a special edition of DYOR Live. Usually it's me. My name is Tom, otherwise known as Striking here in the digital media world, and I'm with my co-host, Pedro Garcia. Pedro is out this afternoon doing other things, while we are with Pixie and the Graybeard Pirate talking about the ICERAID launch. Jason Myers, the head dev for the project, has been on all afternoon with us, but is running out for a quick bio break and food break. He'll be back in just a minute. If you have questions, let us know. If you're watching online on Rumble, YouTube, X, etc., drop a comment or two. I monitored the comments, and I'll bring the questions to the team. If you're in Telegram and you've enjoyed it, just let us know. And if you have further questions, let us know as well. I know there's confusion about some people's brain about starting market cap. Doesn't matter what anyone ever said about the starting market cap. It's just what the numbers are, and it started out with the total circulation combined with the price of the token as determined by the amount put in the liquidity pool equals the starting market cap, and the websites all track it. And I have the graph up on the screen here. It's on the pricing right now, but if I change it, to market cap, it shows that our starting market cap. Oh, no, that's not market cap. This one's market cap. Starting market cap is 2.9 million, and we're currently sitting at a $3 million market cap. As defined by this particular website, this Deck Screener. Obviously, a lot of times people have different ideas about that. Or websites have slightly different calculations. Some websites can calculate or remove from market cap tokens that have been burned or locked or things like that, but others can't. So it is what it is, as they say. We're having a good time this afternoon. We've talked to, obviously the behind this project are people that believe in the rights of the people here to do a number of things. And one of that is to shrink the size of our government and allow the people themselves to crowdsource the information the government needs. And the GovFi terminology, GovFi, G-O-V-F-I, does that two ways. One, via crowdsourcing information like ICERAID does, meaning that the population at large can provide evidence-based or tips via an evidence-based, Jason said it correctly, I can't say it correctly, but upload information to our ICERAID website that is immutable. It's on the blockchain, and you can earn rewards for it. And law enforcement can go in and take that information and use it, especially in the areas of illegal immigration, which is at the top of the news lately. And the other way this GovFi works is by allowing citizens to do the information processing that the government used to pay massive consulting companies to do. And a good example is the SEC. Another GovFi project that developed by this development team is called Pacioli. What it does is it verifies, validates the SEC filings that public companies submit to the government. And not just to the SEC, but in most jurisdictions around the world. And it allows you and me to run a validating node and to determine whether a Tesla, General Motors, Berkshire Hathaway, all the companies that are public, whether their financial statements are true and correct, and whether or not there's a pattern going all the way back to, I believe, 2012 when they made everything machine readable, whether there's a pattern of them being truthful and correct during that whole time. And it's really amazing because instead of the SEC having to hire fleets of lawyers, consultants, and Deloitte and Touche and EY and all that type of stuff to do this, now people like me, I run validating nodes for Pacioli, can do it. So I'm participating in the GovFi thing where I'm doing something that the government otherwise would have to pay a lot of money for. And I'm getting paid for it, not by the government. I'm getting paid for it by private industry because they want to see short sellers and analyst companies, accountants want to know if Tesla or other companies like that, the 25,000 public reporting companies, if they want to know if their financial statements make sense. And you used to have to also then hire Deloitte and Touche or EY or a big accounting company to go through these 1,000-page documents they file. And now you can run Pacioli and it tells you in about 90 seconds where the errors are. It may not tell you exactly if their accounting numbers are correct, but it will tell you things like we found running one of the reports. We found, I can't remember the bank's name, but their balance sheet didn't balance. It's the definition of balance sheet. Should balance. It didn't balance. And not only that, but we also ran the banks that failed. If you remember Silicon Valley Bank and Silvergate, those banks ultimately crashed because the government had it out for them. But they made themselves weak by selling off their interest rate swaps to make money and bring in cash when they were losing money in operations. And so they had a big interest rate risk. And then they failed when interest rates went up. What happened is that we went and ran their financials through Pacioli for the past couple of periods and showed how they'd been decreasing their interest rate swaps and decreasing essentially what is insurance against interest rates going up. And had Pacioli been used by investors, they wouldn't have got burned. So that's what GovFi is. It allows people to earn money on things that the government should do. And I have a crazy crack addict, homeless person screaming outside my window. These things I get here in Chicago. Pixie, you seem to be in a place where you could have lots of animals and dogs and not much is going on right outside your window other than wildlife. Gray Beard, are you in a more metro area?
A mix of the two. I have the city 10 minutes away.
The city is one step away here.
Yeah,
and it's a major road here, and there's a bus stop and a train station. So the viewing, I get all the crazy stuff. I'm
Dominican. I'm Dominican, so my wife said we used to have a house where we had neighbors right across, like literally sharing doors almost. And my wife said that I'm not fit for that. So we had to go away a little further.
I'm not fit for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for everyone that's been tuning in today. Pixie, I haven't been paying attention to the chat. Are there any other further questions at this period, or is it we've been pretty quiet now?
It's pretty quiet.
All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Rocco,
There's
for
just
listening.
one person that's asking for a job, but that's it.
Tom S., thanks for joining us. Baz. I don't know if that would be Baz Luhrmann, but he's got Mr. Bean as his profile here, giving us the thumbs up. Thank you very much. Appreciate you watching. And of course, as always, everyone on Rumble and YouTube. Let's see, where are we with the ratio here? And we're back to we're back to 1 to 41,000. 1 sol for 41,000 ICE raids. Some interesting trading going on. We're starting small, obviously here. Starting small, but we're happy with that. Jason, I should say, never designed this to be an instant 10x thing. We could have started at a $5,000 market cap, and every $200 would have 1x'd it in buys. But that's not what we wanted, and the reason is because we want this token. When people pull up the chart and look at the trading history to say, hey, this is a proper financial instrument that people like the U.S. government or other law enforcement agencies wouldn't get burned using. And I don't mean trading and investing. I just mean being associated with. We're trying to do this the right way. We're trying to set up a program here that really allows, the people in the various jurisdictions of government to go, hey, this is a tool we can use. And that we don't have to sell it to them. We have to go in and knock on their door and sell them a contract or anything like that. They just look at it and go, hey, we can use this. And yeah, that guy is a wanted guy, and someone took a picture of him in our district. Yeah, yes, his name is the Graybeard Pirate. No, I mean, his name is, we'll just call him John Doe for simplification purposes. And he's at this address, and it's just down the street from an ICE office. Why don't we just go down and knock on his door and see what's going on, if he's a citizen or not? It's really interesting. We have had some criticism of creating a society of tattletales and that type of stuff. But the problem is that for so long, our government took a hands-off approach, or even certain local governments had their sanctuary city rules that kept us
right
from doing anything. Here's a good example. In Chicago, we're a sanctuary city here, and it was an effing disaster. Disaster. Every street corner had a Venezuelan family on it, and you felt sorry. Like the first couple times you saw him, you gave him a few bucks. Then you saw the guy coming around and collecting from them. And you realize is that all the families were being used as collection points, and actually organized crime. The Venezuelan gangs were collecting from them and taking a big part of it. And so the people that got the money on the street corners never really got to keep it. And we've all heard the news of how horrible it was and what a disaster it was. But the sanctuary city thing in Chicago at the prison, when they'd arrest people that were on the list of people that had deportation orders, the city wouldn't let, or I should say the county wouldn't let ICE or the marshals in to arrest these people. And they would ask, they'd say, look, they say, you got him in a holding cell, you're about to release him, just hold him there, we're going to take him into custody. They're like, nope, this is sanctuary city. So the ICE and or the marshals would just wait outside the door of 26th and Cal, where the county prison is, and arrest him. And of course, as soon as they come out of the joint and they see ICE out there, they start running. And ICE comes and tracks them down and gives them the business and stuff and tackles them. And people got hurt. Officers got hurt. The people getting deported got hurt. They lost teeth because when you get tackled on pavement, your face hits the ground. It's not a pleasant thing. I've been tackled once in my life playing flag football. I was not a star in football by any means. And it wasn't intentional, and it really hurt when I hit my face on the ground. And I can't imagine getting tackled in a parking lot the same way. And so the people rightly said, hey, look, this is ridiculous. You let them out, and they run, and we got to chase them and arrest them. We had to tase one guy. We had another guy try to carjack someone, get in someone's car. This is ridiculous. Just let us take them. And they're like, nope, we're a sanctuary city. We're not cooperating with you evil people. And they're like, all right. So as soon as the guys would come out, they started having the helicopter view of it. And so a guy would come out the door and he'd just start running, and the guys would just give him the business. Boom, 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 take him into custody. And it's just ridiculous that more people puts officers' lives in danger. Even though these guys come out of the jail unarmed, an officer running through traffic's at danger. They're not. Even the victim, or not the. I'm sorry, that was a big mistake. Even the offender, running through traffic, he could cause an accident. Like the street outside our prison here is California Street. It's a 4-lane road that people speed by. If a guy tries to escape the marshals or immigration officers, he'll run through traffic, and all it takes is some old lady to turn like that. And hit the lady with her baby carriage on the side that's visiting her husband that's in the joint. And you have a tragedy. But the city and county just won't stop this stupid mentality.
But what I would say to people who think that that's what you guys are doing as far as creating a community of snitches or tattletellers, what I would say is actually it's a community of patriots that finally feel that they can do something about it. The fact is that there is no, you want to do something about it, you don't know what to do. Just like you said, the city, the communities are against you, if anything, so finally this product here, this actually gives you an ability to do something and feel like you actually are adding to society, and not just sitting there because you're already doing it. You're bitching, whining, and complaining, looking at the news and hoping you can do something about it. Well, now you can, and that's what you're providing. That's what I would say to those people.
As you may suspect, I agree with you.
I appreciate that. I was wondering.
As you may suspect, I agree with you on that. Once again, people that are watching, thanks for joining in. If you have any comments, let us know in the comment section. If you're watching on Telegram, just drop a comment in the TG room. If you're watching on any of the social media platforms, drop a comment there, and I'll tune you in. 76 Norton, thank you for watching on Rumble. 76 Norton, a regular viewer of DYOR Live. Appreciate it very much. Roland Rod tuned in again from came back from watching earlier. I appreciate it. And Patrick Stefanik has been with us on and off all day. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. The Canadian in the house watching a U.S.-centric product launch. And I'm certain as adoption takes up here, it'll be easy to expand this thing to Canada.
Are you able to share a link for Rumble on the TG?
Sure. Most certainly. I've really enjoyed streaming on Rumble. I've actually been doing better on Rumble than on YouTube, amazingly.
I have not ever been on Rumble.
I just recently started.
It's like a YouTube, but for
the censored people on YouTube.
Mr. Pirate, I dropped it in our direct messages here.
Okay. I was thinking for everybody that wants to join it that don't even know.
Yeah, I'm going to put it in the main Telegram room too here. I dropped the link to the Rumble broadcast there. I know many of you are watching on TG anyway. But that's okay. Let's see who's watching on TG. Tom S., Jeff Palumbo. Nick Spanos is still watching us. Nick Spanos broadcasting from the room, the very room where MakerDAO was founded and developed. That turned out pretty well. that was a crypto project that did okay. MakerDAO. Nick, really appreciate the time and the attention you've spent on this project with Jason. It means a lot to all of us. Let's see what else we got going on here. Not looked at the TG in a while here, but although I'm counting on Pixie to...
I'm watching it. Don't worry.
Scammer detected and eliminated. The protector of Odin keeps the realm free of falsehoods. User is a well-known scammer. How does it know that?
Well, Hemdall has been added to a lot of TGs now, and it's a bot that
works
is
on
not
their user
afraid
ID.
to drop the axe on somebody, which is what I love. And a lot of times, like, I'm not so quick with the ban hammer because I like to give people a second chance that shouldn't get a second chance. And Hemdall's like, nah, F that. They're gone. So I like it for that reason. I also like it because sometimes there are bot attacks that will come in the VC and it will be just like gay porn all over the place. Like they'll be like streaming. It's wild. And the whole time they're screaming in the background, like a la Akbar or something. And like there's so many of them, like you cannot get rid of them by yourself. And Hemdall will get rid of all of them at the same time. which is
very
awesome.
nice. I had that
Yeah.
happen to me once in one of the Telegram rooms that I ran. And all of a sudden I looked and I saw 8,000 new messages in a Telegram that had like, well, we'll say 100 new messages a day. And I was like, I quickly went to the chart and I'm like, what did I miss? No, it was an extortion attempt. You know, they were like, hey, you got to pay us. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. And it was the nastiest stuff too. I mean, it was nasty. They're like, we're gonna be with you forever. We'll haunt you to the day you die. I'm like, I just put it on mute, and I left one last message, and I said, you guys, we'll check back when these guys leave. But we didn't have a proper bot to take care of it.
Yeah, Hemdall will definitely take care of that for you. Like they drop the axe with no problem.
Pixie, you know what we haven't spoken about, and this is a good time to do it. What is the primary project that you're involved with right now?
So I do have my own project, and it's called Ladies on Soul, and it gives back to charities. It's a rewards token. It's 10% tax on all transactions. 5% goes to the holders. 5% goes to charity. We've given away quite a lot to the community members in the Telegram.
Mm-hmm.
It's ladiesonsoul.com if you're looking for the
That's
website.
what I am.
We and the two charities that mean the most to me, obviously, are animal charities and women's charities for domestic violence and sexual assault survivors. And eventually, what will happen is my husband and I will buy land, and I will open an animal sanctuary, and we will save all of the dogs, and we will train all of the dogs, and then we will donate them to veterans that have PTSD that need like a service animal or an emotional support animal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that is really cool.
That means a lot to me because Kimber, my Belgian Malinois, she has a sister from the same litter whose name is Reagan. And Reagan was purchased by
it's Reagan.
a Marine friend of mine who suffers with PTSD. He's a combat veteran and he has PTSD really bad. And he got Reagan, who is Kimber's sister from the same litter, and she was trained to be his support animal. So she gets to go everywhere with him, and it has helped him so much. Like I've seen him blossom in so many ways. Like he's now married, he now has a kid. He's not confined to his house in one room. Like he's actually able to live now. And Reagan helped him be able to do that. So I want other people to have that opportunity. And a lot of people can't afford to buy a $3,000 dog and then spend $10,000 on training them, you know? So that is my end game.
On the
Kimber
right
that's
now,
pictured right there is not the same Kimber that is my dog. That is a lady whose name is Kimber. She's from Louisiana.
I got to tell you that the PTSD is something else. I was never in the military, and but I ran a manufacturing company that had a Defense Department security clearance, and I hired a lot of guys out of the military. Especially out of the Navy, because the Navy guys were welders and they had security clearances. But I also hired a lot of the guys out of the Army and Air Force too. And we were under a deadline to produce one of our products and deliver it. And I told the guys, I said, look, we need to get this done by this date. Whatever needs to happen, whatever overtime you need, I'll authorize. Just this has to happen so we can deliver this product to the customer. And the guys took it upon themselves to basically work 24 hours a day, and they developed their own 24-hour-a-day shift to do it. And a couple of the guys said, "We're just going to sleep here at the factory to get."
Yeah,
this
when you
done.
tell a bunch of military guys that you're on a deadline and you have something that has to be done by this date.
Yep.
It's gonna get done.
What they did is they created, one guy called it his hooch. Created his hooch under a welding table. And he goes, yeah, it's not much different than what I was out in Afghanistan. He's one of those forward operating bases in Afghanistan. And he said, so I've got a little place to sleep on. I'm like, dude, I'll pay for the hotel. you know, right down the street was the Midway Airport in Chicago, and there's hotels. I'm like, you don't have to drive all the way home. I'll pay for the hotel rooms. You can sleep there. He's like, actually, I'm comfortable here. And so I was like, this is amazing. However, what I forgot to do was change my security settings on our security system with our motion sensors and all that. So at like 3 a.m., I get a thing saying there's motion in the factory. And I was like, oh, shit. And then I was like, oh, wait, the guys are there. But sure enough, you can bring it up on video. And I can't remember the gentleman's name. It was a great guy. We'll call him Chris. Chris popped out of his hooch in full panic. Like, you could see it when it's the low light, nighttime camera stuff. You could see him pop out. You could see the glow of his eyes looking around like there was gunfire.
Right.
And he did that a couple of times over I think this whole thing happened within a week. And he did that a couple of times. And I asked him about it. I said, hey, Chris, I noticed that in the middle of the night, you just kind of jump up. And he's, yeah. And when the air filtration system kicked on in the factory, it makes a whoop sound as the air pressure changes. And he said every time that would kick on, I would wake up thinking a bomb was exploding. And it was amazing. I was like, first of all, I was amazed at the employee and the grit that this guy had. You know, he said, we're going to do what it takes to get it done. And they did. They did. We delivered our product right on time, and everything worked out just fine. But the fact that he was sitting there with PTSD like that, and I asked him about it. I said, do you need counseling? Do you need whatever? I had, good employees are hard to find and keep. And so I was willing to pay, to what it took to keep them. And he's like, no, I went for counseling for a while. He said, no, I'm just in the dealing with it time. And, but I said, but you still wake up in the middle of the night with it. And he said, yeah. He said, everyone told me, he was a younger guy. He said, everyone told me it'll take probably, 8 to 10 years to get over it. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. But it was really amazing. And I applauded those guys for it. And it was an amazing thing that they did. But the fact, seeing them on camera jump out in a factory, not in a hooch, out in a forward operating base in Afghanistan, totally freaked out, like something happened. And then they're like, okay, I'm not out in the, in war. War, I'm in a factory.
Because immediately in their mind, they are back in the battlefield.
Right.
And just a sound or a smell, anything can trigger that. And it's not easily controllable for most people. There are obviously some people who take that to the nth degree and use it as an excuse. But if you've ever truly seen someone with PTSD, you can easily tell the difference.
Well, Pirate, what's your experience been with that? You survive okay with that, or you had your issues? I don't mean to be too inquisitive. You don't have to answer anything like that if you don't want to.
A hiccup or two, but nothing that I'm very good at keeping myself busy. Starting ventures, doing something. I'm always busy, so I don't have time for any of that. And then at night, for a while there, Jack Daniels and Coke did the trick.
Like Hillary Clinton says when they said, "How'd you deal with your loss?" And she goes, "Lots of Chardonnay."
Yeah.
My husband will tell you the same thing. Like when he came home, he said that he would buy a 30 rack, which is beer, and that's what he would use to go to sleep.
At night, right? At night, mostly. That's about the only. I've only had a hiccup one time. My wife woke me up a little too suddenly. And that, after that, it's just bourbon and a lot of exercise. Before I knew it, I was doing it so much, I ended up opening gyms and doing this and that and the other. And I always just stay busy. I've used it, if anything, for if I can't sleep, I just wake up and I go do stuff. And eventually I get tired, and then I'm too tired to think about anything. And the last little bit, I can always put it away with some Jackie. And then I wake up and do it all over again until it catches up with me. I don't think it will, though. I think I'm too far ahead now.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many elbows I have caught in the middle of the night from
Yes.
from my husband, who if I move and it startles him, or if he has a dream and it startles him or something, and I catch an elbow to the face.
Yeah.
I actually got one this morning. Actually.
Yeah. Mine was 2 hands to the throat for 2 seconds, and that was that only time. And since then, I'm like, ooh, no, I'm gonna, I was trying to just do it all natural and trying to just go to sleep normal, whatever, and go to sleep like normal humans and wake up like normal humans. And I was fighting it too much. I was going against the grit when it came, when it comes to that. And eventually, I just said, that's all right. A little bourbon here and there. That's why God created Jack Daniels. It was for this particular situation, and then like I said, I keep myself busy. I don't do the whole don't talk too much about it and all that stuff. If people ask, I answer. Or my close circle, of course, not just anybody. But other than that, like I said, I think I'm too far ahead. Other than waking up once in a while in funny modes, I'm good. I'm one of the blessed ones. I can't say that God didn't provide me with a brain and a personality that sort of was able to talk himself into. It's a job like any other job. You do it, you move on. If you are a carpenter and you hit yourself in the thumb very, very hard with a hammer, you're probably going to be thinking about it twice next time you start hammering again. That's all it is. That's
right.
a form of PT. That's the way I relate it to my, to PTSD. It's just a job, and I got hit with the hammers once in a while, and I hit with hammers, and it was just a matter of moving on from it.
It's
the
kind of
world
the
don't wait
same
for you.
for a trauma nurse. I obviously didn't do the battlefield, but I see a lot of things that humans don't see, right? I see the gunshot wounds and the intentional gunshot wounds and impalements and all of those things. And normal humans on a day-to-day basis, they don't see that stuff. So you learn how to compartmentalize things and just turn it off.
So
which
maybe I can,
is
maybe
good and bad, but
so maybe I can share this part with you, and he's not faking it, and I can try to remember. I just don't a lot of stuff. I just don't. There's a few years in my life that I just, like my sons, they want me to write a book and they want me to do this. They want me to talk about it in some of my videos. I really don't remember a lot of stuff.
That's compartmentalizing.
Yep.
That is
he's
what
not fake,
people who go through a lot of trauma or see a lot of trauma or just see a lot of bad, a lot of negative, they learn to compartmentalize, and they put it in a box, and that box goes to the back of their brain. And it's there. It's never going to go away, but it's not something that they remember because it's in its own box.
Ladies and
So that's
gentlemen,
compartmentalizing, which your therapist will tell you not to do, that it's not good for you. But as someone who compartmentalizes, I'm fine with it.
ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to our guest, Pixie from the Ladies of Saul, and the Graybeard Pirate. I've got his screen up behind me here. He has a YouTube channel with his podcasts and his shorts on it. Go check him out. Subscribe to him. Helps all of us content creators out.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. That's what all of this is for. We got to help grow our channels and all that type of stuff. It helps everyone get the views.
And he does not sell firearms from his little setup right there. Just want to point that out to everybody because that's what you're going to think. But that's not what he does. That's just his podcast area.
Only to the cartels.
Only to the cartel.
Look at this. He even gets that on a 3-piece suit here. Look at it. Man's put together here. I just got a blazer on.
I love the 3-piece and the ball cap. That's what does it for me.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Getting fancy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're still going on. We're at about a $3 million market cap here with ICERAID. We're
having some pretty good little buys here recently.
Yeah, the little volume coming in. It's good. Like we said, we're not a meme
Jason,
token.
how was your pizza?
Oh, he's returned. Let me unmute you there, sir. You're back on.
Pizza was great.
As somebody who's not on camera, I probably should not have an opinion about this, but sitting low like that is not your best angle, Mr. Jason.
I know, because I have 3 chins when I sit low. It's kind of like this. I got to lose weight.
I'm helping you out. You out.
The honesty,
not helping you, but
the honesty on this channel cannot be on.
Look, I'm from the South, Mr. Sir. That's all you get with me.
What do we got going on?
Like, don't ask me if something ever makes you look fat or if it makes your butt look big, because I'm going to hurt your feelings. I'm going to tell you that you look like a busted can of biscuits, and I'll try to do it as nicely as possible. But sometimes
I haven't heard that one before.
Okay.
I haven't heard that one before. Busted can of biscuits.
Jason, we just spent the past half hour talking about. We hit up on Pixie's main project, the Ladies of Sol. And we spent a little time talking about
Ladies on Sol.
Ladies on Sol.
You got to say it properly.
Oh,
Ladies on Sol.
We had their website up and talked about it all. And we talked about the PTSD going on with our veterans and things like that. And then, of course, we spoke about a little bit about the trading going on with our contract and GovFi also. Those are the topics we hit while you were feeding the machine there. That's been working nonstop for the past 7 or 8 years on these GovFi projects.
11 days.
11 days, yeah.
11 days.
Look,
he's had negative 6 minutes of sleep in the last 6 months.
Yeah, and this is, if you're launching a meme token, you don't give a shit. But I have to have real. I'm all about real use cases. And I take this shit personally. Everything that I do, I take it personally. Because I spend my whole, my girlfriend the other day, she said, that's it. You're not present and you're standing right in front of me. And it's been this way for a long time and I can't deal with it. I'm not happy. And honestly, I don't know what to do. Pixie, what would you do?
I knew that was coming. You have to find a balance. You just have to. Because your real life affects your crypto life, right? So you have to find that balance. You have to find a way to keep your home happy, because happy wife is happy life, even though you're not to that point yet in your relationship. But regardless, you have to find a balance. So you have to spend time with her. You have to not hide out in your bathroom on an AMA at 10:30 at night like you did last night. I was listening. I was creeping. I was in there anonymously. So you just have to figure out that balance. So find a time that works for the both of you and do something special with her, just like you're doing something special for the project, right? So you just have to make time. It's just all there is to it.
Well, it's never convenient either.
Well, life isn't convenient.
Nope.
All right. So
if you don't mind my saying, also purpose, right? If you're finding purpose in this and you've been driven by purpose, she'll also feel it. She'll get it. You have to find a balance, of course, but purpose is purpose.
No, she definitely knows that there's purpose, that I'm driven, I'm on a mission, and, but she's a saint. This woman's not an angel. She's a saint. Could you stop?
The answer is no.
Don't speak like that to her, man. Don't speak like that to her.
That's not going to work. Not going to cut it, Jason.
She really is a saint.
How do we get to the top and find out what the
if she's not tired, then maybe tonight I'll take her out.
There you go.
Even if it's just like a walk around the park, like the simplest things mean the most to women. And that is something that guys do not understand. Like, because guys want to go big and extravagant and like go all out, and it doesn't have to be. It can be a walk around the park, and we are so satisfied with it. As long as, like Graybeard said, there's purpose behind it. Like, you intentionally make that time to spend with her. That's all it takes.
Yeah, it's not. It cannot just be for her, because otherwise, it's got to be that you want to do it too. You know,
Right.
And she'll get more out of that.
Right. I can tell she hasn't been to y'all's little man cave because there's a whole pile of something in the background.
I can't call unless I have a serious reason. I can't call that, Nick.
And Graybeard is shushing somebody.
Yeah, I am. Somebody was gonna start talking to me.
It's okay, let him talk. My
No.
dog's barking in the
Oh, you
background
wanna
because
buy
it's
the
dinner time.
visa.
No.
My husband's giving me the side eye because he's fixing the dog's dinner, and
Well,
it's a process
you'd have
because
to
they're
call them.
spoiled.
I
Like
don't know if it's
home
think it
cook
is
part
home.
of their food, and then they get kibble for the other part.
Yeah. How many?
So we have to mix the two.
Yeah, but not. This can't be. They've got to be ready to pay the money right now.
Hey, Tom, can you mute him while he's having whatever discussion he's having?
I can get more, but I know what I'm telling them. You know?
You mean Jason?
Yeah, he's having a whole conversation with Nick, and I feel like we're eavesdropping.
I think he moved away from Nick.
He said, okay, he rolled
Yeah.
he said, roll camera.
Yeah.
Can I get an answer as to why all the tokens are being withheld from us on a delayed release? Mr. Demi, we have answered this question 1,400 times. And Mr. Demi does not speak English, so we'll need Nick to actually speak to Demi.
Tell Demi why we.
I don't think
why
he's listening.
20% now.
I think he's only typing.
Yeah, he's only typing because he doesn't speak English, I believe.
Yeah, he dropped off the live feed.
Demi is speaking Greek. He speaks Greek, right?
Yeah.
He does, but he's
I'm
not
asking
listening
now,
to
we
us.
can have.
That's the same guy.
I think it's a
Yes,
different
it's the
guy.
same.
Is it the same one?
It's the same guy that Nick explained it to the other day. This guy and Alex are the ones that Nick has spoken with in their
A couple
native
of times.
language. Yeah.
Well, I asked him to reach out if he wanted to change something, but he didn't. Now
Okay, he's going to join the VC in a few minutes so that Nick can speak Greek. I'm going to learn Greek, doggone it. Do you hear my 16-year-old beagle barking?
Yes,
It's because my
yes.
husband's making the food too slowly. Not going fast enough. That's what that's all about. He knows it's dinner time. He sees my husband making the food, and he's like, yo, dog, what's taking you so long? To be 16, he's quite pushy. Okay, Demi is in the VC now, so if Nick can hop over on screen and answer his question, that would be perfect. And I can hear him in the background. I just want to point that out. I hear you, Mr. Nick.
Screen. Are you on screen?
Yeah, can you see him?
I'm eating a pizza. That's why.
That
can't
pizza
see
looks
anybody.
delicious.
New York City. New York City.
I can't see anybody. So his question was, he said you can also say it in English. I understand
I'm a
that too.
good-looking guy.
Oh. A good-looking guy with some good-looking pizza. So his question is, can I get an answer as to why all the tokens are being withheld from us on a delayed release?
You want me to answer in English? Or in Greek?
You can, Demi, do you want it in English or
Yeah,
Greek?
δεν είπαμε πριν,
Whatever you want.
δεν είπαμε πριν, εκτός Προχτές, when were we talking before?
What?
Θα γινόταν αυτό το πράγμα και δεν έκανατε τίποτε τώρα αυτό και αυτό. I don't know. Γιατί είναι έτσι, γιατί μια στιγμή όλοι θα τα πουλήσουν και θα πάει κάτω στη χέστρα. Τι να σου πω, έτσι είναι. Έτσι έπρεπε να γίνει, γιατί φαινόταν όλοι θα νομίζουν που είναι αυτό, είναι σαν το, δεν είναι αυτό το pump fund εδώ πέρα.
We gave everybody a bonus of 20%, which was just a surprise. We wanted to tighten the circulating supply in order to take advantage of the press that we're getting and we're going to get, which will have a very positive impact.
The best kind of call.
So if there's 15, 16 million tokens in circulation, then it has a better shot of meeting our goal. So what's our goal? Well, I'll tell you what has to happen. In order for us to be seen by government as a viable option, this whole GovFi idea, that token has to hit a $1 billion market cap, fully diluted value. That's what's going to get their attention to such an extent that they can implement it, and not just one project, but as a wholesale idea in order to shrink the size of government.
He wrote 2 questions, I believe, in chat, and I cannot even begin to translate those.
Hold on. Oh, he's typing in Greek, Dick.
Oh, man, I'm a good-looking guy. I got to look in the mirror more. 60 years old. I should sell some.
It looks like you're only 32, Nick.
I got to sell some of that youth shit. American Spirit. Let me get a cigarette. Hold on.
Keeps for
Oh,
men
Jesus.
to reduce that.
Oh, you got it going
balding
all
hairline.
over.
He doesn't let me
You're
smoke.
gonna make Jason start like
American Spirit
dying
makes
again.
you look younger, baby.
Get a
Oh
beer,
my
too.
goodness.
Chew that. Don't smoke.
Well, you're
Welcome,
hoarding all the
Jason
fucking-
B. Anti-Ruggers.
You
Thanks
got
for
a
joining
vest.
us. Appreciate it.
Vest. You can't get it all up front. It's got a vest over a period.
Crypto
of time.
Diva, thanks for joining
All right,
us. I really
Uncle
appreciate it.
Vester. All right, Uncle Vester. Oh, I got to read this. Hold on. I'm sorry. Dude.
In our Telegram VC chat, we've had a number of new people just join us. Jason B. Anti-Ruggers, a longtime viewer of the DYOR Media Network. Crypto Diva, MMKK, Opera business owner, crypto enthusiast. Thank you very much. Eagle Balls make bullets.
Apomia.
Find us on Radium, ladies and gentlemen. The link is in the Telegram room. It's a pinned comment. It's also in these comments.
You can
which I
also
posted it
purchase through Phantom or Deck Screener.
there. That's correct. Pixie, what does Deck Screener do? Do they just load the Radium liquidity pools and just use their swap function, or do they do something really complicated?
Pretty much. No, they don't. And right now they're more geared towards Pump Swap because Pump Swap just came out. So a lot of the functionality of the Deck Screener is
I invented that
targeting them.
math. Well, I don't know if I invented the math. God invented the math, but I used it for token launching.
If you were Greek in Greece, you would smoke too.
Am I muted?
No, you're not muted.
No, you're not
You're not
muted,
muted.
Nick.
I
We
can
hear
hear
you.
All right. Και αν πήγε πάνω πολύ σήμερα, τι θα έλεγες? Πόσο είναι, ούτε ξέρω. Πήγε πάνω αυτό το πράγμα.
What do you?
I'm looking for the graph.
The graph? What graph?
Whatever. There's like graphs, right? Don't you guys look at graphs all day?
I love him.
Charts?
I can't look at that shit.
Give me. You want to look at them?
No, I want to talk to the gentleman. I want to know what I'm talking about.
So you want to see a graph of the...
So he needs to see the Telegram chat because that's where the guy is talking.
You want to see that?
What τι λέει εδώ πέρα? Εδώ λέει. Αυτό είναι 20% θα ανοιχτεί τώρα, right?
Sure, I understand what you're saying.
The vesting contract is 20% initially that you gave him for free anyway.
20% of the total amount, including the vesting. Yes.
Okay. But they got an additional 20% because you're Uncle Vester, right?
Yes, an Uncle Fester.
Uncle Vester. And, well, you know, I don't know. I'm going to tell you. I mean, this thing, I don't even want to say anything, but there's I'm going to get, when the guy gets off the car, I might be able to get someone on the phone from Texas because we're planning maybe a tour down at the border. I was about to tell you, I'm not planning it, but I have connections. Maybe we're going to do a tour. ICERAID is going to do a tour of the border.
Is it like a mafia connection? Because I feel like it's a mafia connection.
He's a congressman. He's a former congressman.
You could have lied and just told me it was the mafia connection. I would have believed it.
I was in politics my whole life. I wrote campaign management software. I built a computer in 1978 with a soldering iron. I'm a geek. I'm not a mafia. I did get the job at Webster Hall because these pig farmers bought the Ritz and converted it to Webster Hall, and my political connection told them that I can get them their permits because they couldn't get the permits. And I ran around downtown. I got the permits, and then they were interviewing these bums to be the general manager, and they got frightened because they were from Canada, Northern Canada, pig farmers. They said, "Nicky, you got to do it." I go, "I don't know anything." I was 26 years old. I don't know anything about any nightclub. So that's why it's got to be you, Nicky.
So it's got to be you.
And that was what happened. So what do I know about mafia guys? I think it's all hoax. I think it's Hollywood.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I think it's all Hollywood.
And the gray bearded
Big
head.
fat guy came in, saying he was going to run the security, so he got his ass kicked and he left. That was about it.
I don't know, man. I've seen some things down here in Atlanta.
Πάρε με τηλέφωνο και my Telegram is Bitcoin for sale. My unique identifier is Bitcoin_FOR_sale. Bitcoin for sale is my Telegram. And πάρε με ένα τηλέφωνο. Θα τα συζητήσουμε. Να δούμε πώς θα αγοράσετε, πού είναι τα πορτοφόλια. Να πάω να του πω αν τα θέλεις πίσω, να πούμε να κάνουμε. Αν θέλεις να γίνει κάτι, δεν ξέρω, πρέπει να μιλήσω σε αυτόν εδώ. Εγώ δεν είναι δικό μου το project, εγώ τον βοήθησα μόνο. Γιατί είναι τόσο θυμωμένος αυτός με το Wall Street που γι' αυτό τον βοήθησα. Εγώ δεν είμαι Wall Street ζης. Δεν ξέρω τίποτα από αυτά τα πράγματα. Ξέρω μόνο από την τεχνολογία. 50% of the inventions on the blockchain are awarded U.S. patents. I invented the multi-branch blockchain. I invented blockchain voting, paper ballot blockchain voting. I've been around a long time. I opened the first live cryptocurrency exchange in the world, right next to the New York Stock Exchange, 100 feet in 2013, which was unheard of. No one even knew what Bitcoin was. It's called the Bitcoin Center. Netflix followed me around for two years, videotaping my ordeals. They made the bit license because of me.
Dimi's asking if you know SHX for voting.
No. I'm not supposed to know anything. Give that to a patent lawyer. I don't want to talk about it. I can't see. I didn't hear you. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, my earache.
Listen,
We're having streaming problems.
Here, listen, something very... There's something that everyone needs to know. On Twitter, he is known as OG Blockchain.
Who's that?
You know who it is. Why? He's still he's colluding with somebody else too. No, he's probably here listening. Yeah. So he's a lawyer, and he's a named inventor on
Stop! No, don't talk. Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
No, just ignore it. Just move past it. If it's not about this project or a project that I'm in or the Graybearded is in or our podcast, then just move past it. Don't bring anything else into it. Don't bring anything else political into it.
Someone loses an eye.
It's all part of the oppositional propaganda. That's all.
Well, he's on the shit squad.
We'll just say he's down with the OPP. Down with the OPP.
Yeah, you know me.
Yeah, someone got it.
Why do we have a repeat? Like, why do we have an echo? I am echoing.
You're echoing to yourself.
I am echoing to myself.
It should be gone now.
Okay.
All right, where are we now?
Perfect.
He's got it against you, Pixie.
Yeah, that was.
He does. Like Tom has it out for me.
What's your amount?
No, when I went off for the old bio break, I turned the overhead speakers on, and I forgot to turn them off when I turned my mic back on.
It's all because I have a MacBook.
Exactly.
Oh, I understand that then.
He hates me
Evil
because I have a
Apple
MacBook.
people.
This thing has been through some shit with me, and it still is.
Trust
the
me,
perfect little
I have a
computer.
MacBook from 2011 or something that's still running just fine. But it works great for certain things. For other things, it's just painful.
Yeah, eventually I'll get like a desktop, but it's just so convenient to have a laptop and be portable.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're listening to the continued broadcast of the ICERAID.us launch. If you got any questions, let us know. We've been answering questions. Lots of the information is in the pinned comments in our Telegram as usual. If you're watching on YouTube, Rumble, X, Twitch, Kick, Facebook, whatever, drop a question, drop a comment, and we'll answer it. So long as we see it. But thank you to everybody for watching. Our launch today was very successful. Didn't plan on our vesting contract people to charge their tokens to us at the inopportune moment during the launch when we create a nice red candle. But as Pixie has posted in the TG room, she shows the blockchain transaction for that to show that that's what that was. But now, it's at that point in a token's life in which it's been birthed, and now it's released to the world to do its thing. And we're all very optimistic about the use of this token. For sure, the use of the whole project and the app and all that, and the Explorer. But we're all psyched about the token as well, and we want it to be successful. So share it with your friends. Let everyone know about ICERAID. Let everyone know about the concept of GovFi. Because
on the explanation that you just said that was in the blockchain as far as the red candle was concerned, is there a way to pin that or no?
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
what?
To pin an explanation for?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that would be a great thing to pin.
yeah,
Yeah.
Pixie has a screenshot of the
But
transaction.
I will. Yeah, for sure.
$3,000.
Over here.
That's it. That was $3,000.
It was $3,000 worth, but all at one time, like one swap.
Some moron.
No, it's
like
by a vendor that should have known that was the inopportune moment to do that. They should know these things.
Of course. It's what they do, though.
Doesn't matter. It's only $3,000. So when we come out,
Yeah, and we've already got most of it bought back,
on the border,
so it's fine.
on the border in Texas, when we come out on TV, did you tell them? We're gonna.
No, not yet.
I love how
Yeah,
Nick is
but-
like in the background trying to spill secrets, and then he stops halfway through and he's like, "Wait, did you tell him?"
I didn't
Like,
know.
I love
I don't know what the fuck he's doing over here.
But, in related news, the mayor of El Paso, Texas, rescinded the emergency order he had, or the city had out for, I think, the past 3 years regarding illegal immigration. They were under had emergency order to expend whatever funds needed. And they finally terminated that because the city of El Paso, right on the border, which actually shares sewer systems with cities in Mexico.
And sewer rats.
And the immigrants coming across has gone to basically zero. So they were able to withdraw the emergency order to expend funds to help immigrants for the first time in 3 years.
So yesterday, I should have used the camera. Yesterday, there's these workers, right? And they're all dressed up like they're union workers and stuff. You know how before Trump, they were dressed a certain way and proud and all that. But now they're all dressed like American flag on there. I'm telling you, I should have pulled the camera. I'm like, yo, dude, what's up? What's good? And the guy wouldn't talk. And I'm like, yo, what are you guys building? Oh, because he had some chicken wire, and I'm in Manhattan. I go, what are you building, a chicken coop? The eggs are too expensive. And I thought he was like, someone who spoke English by the way he was dressed. But these motherfuckers are in camouflage, dude. I'm telling you. He's wearing a New York City ghillie suit. Well, no, New York City ghillie
What
suit.
is a New York City ghillie suit?
A homeless
It's really
outfit?
garbage bags. It's garbage bags.
Garbage bag.
Garbage bags.
You do a crime,
100% garbage
garbage
bag.
on top of the other garbage.
100%.
I did that during COVID when we weren't allowed out of the house.
So, I actually have a friend who lives in New York. I met him in Mexico at a concert series, and he worked for the sanitation department in New York. They get paid a lot of money,
Same in Chicago.
like a lot of money.
Yeah.
Those guys,
Huge unions. It's unions contracts. I was
they deserve to get paid more than the meter maid or whatever.
I was there last year. I
Oh, absolutely.
did an undercover interview type of thing
We love that.
in one of those immigration offices in New York. I have the video there. And the stuff that they were doing up there, it was crazy. Then I also went to the Roosevelt Hotel where they were housing all those Venezuelans.
Yep.
And I got to interview actually one of the people that was staying there with his wife, told me the whole story, how he came all the way through Colombia, here, and all of that. The story was crazy, but how they were trying to recruit the good Venezuelans, right? The ones that are coming here, though illegally, to not necessarily be in no gangs. They were recruiting, saying, oh, you don't like that food? That food that they're giving us here sucks, but let's just go get our own. So they were getting these little Vespas, these little mopeds, and just rob people right in the middle of the street. And he was being recruited by Tren de Aragua, the TDA. And he told me the whole story. I actually interviewed him while he was holding his kid. I have the whole thing there. And also, I also did an undercover one where the people by accident, not knowing, thinking, me looking as Hispanic as I could look, right? Told me the whole story of how, or what do they do once they come through the border to get them, to get them into the States and to give them housing, told me the whole story. I have it right all there. How they get them to lie straight up. They find families that they can use to adopt whoever comes, or I don't know how to say it.
Sponsor?
Sponsor. Mm-hmm. Sponsor. As they come through the border, they will have 4 or 5 families that are already leaving the States ready to sponsor them. And they will get, benefits, of course, by doing so. And then they'll just go ahead and deposit them in that Roosevelt Hotel and all over New York. It was crazy. Me and my son.
I gave benefits. There was a couple of those guys at 4 a.m. I was riding. I have a scooter, like a stand-on scooter.
Right.
It goes 100 miles an hour. It's a good one, yeah. And so I'm at a red light. Usually I don't stop at the red lights, but they were like crossing the street. So I stopped at the red light because it's 4 a.m. And I gave them benefits. So they grabbed the handlebars of my scooter. And they said, you give us a scooter, motorcycle. I go, listen, dude, Let me give you the helmet too. I took the helmet off. I smashed the big one in the head, in the jaws, and I went down. And he spun around, and I just went Wah! To the little guy. So I took a garbage can and I put it next to him so he wouldn't get run over. And I left. I called the cops.
So you
later.
beat him up with your helmet and then put a garbage can next to him.
Amazingly, that works.
I don't want him to get run over. He laid in the street.
Right.
I don't know. I should have dragged him
I understand.
aside, but
because then,
but the
you'd be
other guy was
liable
gonna
for it.
Huh?
You would have been liable if he got run over. So I get it. You had to put the trash can
I
there.
don't want the guy to die. I just gave him a
Beat him
kid.
up with your helmet.
No, I gave him the helmet. Benefits. There's a helmet law in this town. Helmet law.
Right. Absolutely. For sure.
You know what was crazy to me was over there at the Roosevelt, right outside. I was there. It was a little cold when I was up there, but the guy there's are homeless outside the hotel, just sleeping, begging, just outside, sleeping. With trash bags on them and just begging right outside. But right inside that awesome hotel, 5-star hotel, it's full of illegal immigrants. And they're throwing the food away. You could see outside big boxes of food as they got it. Good food too. As they got it, they don't want to eat that, so they'll just go outside and beg right outside in the places there, right outside, or just rob people right around the Roosevelt.
They were nasty. They were nasty people. I mean, they were like roughnecks, and they
and actually,
like El Hombre and shit.
I picked through one of the right next to the Roosevelt. There's a nice cafe over there, and I wanted to get something to drink just because I was walking around with my son, and they didn't let me in. When I peek inside, it's there's National Guard protecting and feeding the illegal immigrants that were there. Just mind blowing what was happening in New York.
Yeah, these are the people that are talking shit about us. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The people who put the National Guard there and spend our money, and there's old people that can't even, they're not buying their medicine because they don't have food to eat, because they fucking, they saved $100 a month, or they got paid $100 a month in the 60s, and they saved those worthless pieces of voodoo paper, pictograms of dead people under their mattresses, and now they're screwed. They can't even eat because the fucking Federal Reserve and the politicians are sitting there spending those guys and our money. They're spending the money so they can get reelected and be the queen of the ball and all that bullshit. And they're giving it away to other countries around the world and all this other bullshit. And people are starving over here, man. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous. The most criminal thing is to steal a person's work, right? Let's say someone's working for you and you don't pay them. And you know what? You don't pay them for years. That's called slavery. Well, what the fuck they doing to us when they're devaluing our money that we're trying to save? I mean, if you got a house, you're lucky, because the more they print, the more the price of the house in the worthless dollars you can get. But I met this one lady, one of the landlords I used to deal with. She, I asked her, how much are the studios? She said, 1 ounce of gold. I said, what do you mean 1 ounce of gold? She goes, it's always 1 ounce of gold per month.
Who was she? Rumpelstiltskin?
No, this is Rosenblatt.
That's very good.
777-212-777-1111.
That's very
This is
good.
Rosenblatt. I go, what do you mean? She goes, it's always been 1 ounce of gold a month.
That's very good.
And her family's owned that shit since the 1800s.
All right, Rumpelstiltskin. Get on
1 ounce of gold. 1 ounce of gold.
Right.
I think she passed
Or
away.
like a leprechaun or something.
And she'd curse out people who go to try to rent an apartment
That's
from her.
freaky.
She'd curse them out and yell and scream at them. And if they got in her face, they wouldn't get the apartment. But if they sat there and just bowed their head and it was subservient, she'd rent it to them. That was her screaming.
So she was literally like the troll under a bridge.
Yeah, I don't know about others. She was on top of the drug. They own like 40
No,
people.
like the troll like comes out and like won't let people cross the
Collects
bridge,
the
like in
tax.
old like fairy tale stories.
1
Yeah,
ounce
and
of
collects
gold.
the tax, 1 ounce of gold.
Well,
I don't know. I
that's
like
what it
Rebel
is.
still better.
It's 1 ounce of gold. Because at that time, I think it was $1,400. And right now, how much is an ounce? 3,000?
Almost 3,200, 31 and change.
Yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
so I'm from Atlanta, and you just said, so how much is an ounce? And I was like, $40. But
no, I'm saying that yeah. I don't know. I never did any of that shit.
with whoop.
I haven't either. Ever, never.
$3,200.
But you got your ear to the ground, so you know.
Yeah, she
Right.
said $40.
That's what a studio goes for, $3,200. So
I just know people, Nick. I just know people.
yeah.
I don't
Hey,
even know if it's $40.
Hey, Jason, on the
Google it.
screen behind me, I've got the Jacob Ingalls interview with Laura Loomer here. It was a great bit. Got it out to a lot of people. Is there any more media on the schedule coming up? Any more?
Oh yeah.
Anything
Very
that you
much
can talk about here on the
I
live
can't
stream?
talk about it yet because when it happens, it's going to be like an explosion, and that's what we wanted. Plus, I don't want to jeopardize our relationships. Look, it didn't cost. You know how much it cost us? I'll tell you how much it cost us.
So, no. Stop.
No.
Listen to Nick's panels.
Right.
Also, I have been informed that an ounce is $250 depending on quality.
So it's you've been out of the
Just
market
so
a while.
we're very clear.
Are you talking about
we're very
pot?
clear. Yes.
You know what's amazing? I used to smoke an eighth of a pot every day.
An eighth of a pot? Or an eighth of an ounce?
An eighth of an ounce.
Well, that shit worked on you as well. Huh?
Every day.
That's what happened to your brain cells.
And I stopped almost 34 years ago.
34 years, 281 days, and 42.
You want to know how many days? I'll tell you how many
That's okay,
days
I don't care.
ago
I
I
want-
stopped. The point is,
Do you have a calendar on your phone or something? Like keeping track of it?
He's gonna do the math.
He's a
I think he stopped everything on that day, so he remembers.
that's right.
I never even tried that shit. My father would have smashed my head in.
Yeah, I am with Nick. I've never done that either. The
Mine
smell of
too.
it actually makes me physically sick. Like if someone's around me and they're smoking weed,
Ugh.
then like I will literally vomit.
Anyway,
just
I
down
can't
the
find
hall
it.
here, I got a neighbor who smokes the stinky stuff, even though we have a no smoking building. And
Skunk.
It's such skunk weed. It's
So when I was a kid, or the last time I bought pot, I paid $25 for 1/8 of an ounce of really, really good pot. Out of curiosity, a year ago,
I love that this is where we're at with this conversation.
hold on a second. A little less than a year ago, out of curiosity, I passed by one of these recreational marijuana dealerships. I walk in, I ask him, how much is 1/8 of an ounce?
I know where
You
you're
know how
going
much
with
it
this.
is? $25 fucking dollars. And I said, how can that fucking be? How is that possible? That 1/8 of an ounce of incredible quality pot 34 years ago cost $25, and that even better pot costs the same amount of money today. How is that possible?
And that's inclusive of tax.
They made it legal.
Supply and demand.
Competition without guns.
They made it legal in all these states. What are you talking about? There's farms.
Right, they have
New
it
Jersey
like
growing it.
farms now that grows it.
Back then
Right.
they had to bring it from Colombia.
My
Colombia
point was,
Or like it was grown in somebody's closet with like a
Thailand.
heat lamp.
my point is that marijuana might be the only thing that has not experienced inflation.
Deflation.
And then I started thinking to myself, wait a minute. Okay, this is definitely a plot. They want as many people smoking marijuana as possible
That's for sure.
because they want to put your fucking brain to sleep so that they can put your vote to sleep. Because it was liberal politicians that voted for the legalization of marijuana because they thought that it was a huge voting bloc.
I think that even if it had not been legalized, it would still have the same prominence with the
Imagine
same
that
population.
marketing meeting. We're going to get everyone stoned, and then they'll vote for us.
MK Ultra.
They'll accept all the illegals.
Yeah, then we'll vote for them, and then there won't be any borders.
It's all about keeping them
I know
slick.
that there are medicinal purposes for it, and I absolutely believe in the medicinal purposes. I've seen them work, so I know that it works. Like, I've seen it with my own eyes. But like, for somebody to just sit around and smoke weed just to smoke weed, like, dude, go do something. Go like lift weights or something.
There's a lot of research going on to mushrooms. I, for one, I'm not into any of that stuff. But I know that for the PTSD community, if for the lack of a better term, mushrooms are making a huge change in a lot of people.
I don't know how good that's going to end up being. I've seen people take mushrooms, and one of them thought he was a fish. So I don't know if that's going to work out the way that they want it to work out. But for the people with PTSD's sake, I hope that it does.
Right.
But this one guy thought that he was a fish, so I don't know if that's.
I just get the info through the grapevine. They're doing some.
It was actually my cousin. So he also saw Britney Spears dancing on the TV the same night, and he thought that the house was on fire. And we were in the swimming pool, and it was like dusk.
Sounds like it was LSD.
No, it was shrooms. It was definitely shrooms, and he was like under the water up to his nose, and like he was like that for a little bit, and like I reached over and like picked him up by his hair so that his nose was out of the water, and he said, "Put me back under. I'm a fish." And I was like, "All right." So I just put him back under. I was like,
"That's great.
You do you, buddy." So I don't know if it's gonna work, but let's hope for good.
Remember, I said, "Okie dokie, how you doing?"
Oh, I just noticed you put the website and the Twitter and the Telegram.
I did.
Great job.
Yep, I did that one. I just need to do Dex tools now. I was working on it, and then
I'm looking at Dex Screener.
I know, I did that one already. I just need to do Dex tools.
Dex tools.
You have a sweet and soft price action, which is what you want to see. You don't want to see all that.
Right.
Crazy.
That's right. Thank you for saying so.
Yeah, you don't want to see that other craziness.
No.
Makes everybody nervous. This
right. And like the amount of liquidity is very, very helpful. So you don't have those huge swings.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants that craziness. If I bought ICERAID on the initial launch, can I claim them? If you bought after the launch,
well, I'm just saying.
The coins
you already are
in your wallet.
So how
already?
Otherwise, if you bought the pre-sale, the claim link is up in the blurb, pin message.
In the pinned comments.
The guy's crazy. Like, it's all about props.
I actually have to hop on a call with DNA. So I'm going to mute for about 15 minutes.
Department of Natural, what is the DNA? I don't know.
DNA fund. It's Brock's company.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. So I'll be back.
All right, I'm going to update the Dex tools, and then I'll just send you the cost of the two of them.
Perfect. And I'll catch up on that later on when, things calm down.
No worries.
Yeah.
No worries.
All right, I'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes.
Sounds good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the ICERAID launch here on the DYOR Media Network on a special edition of DYOR Live. My name is Tom, otherwise known as Striking. I've got Pixie on the line here, and I've got the gray bearded pirate here, helping us with commentary, stories, and just other fun stuff, talking about token launches, the cryptocurrency industry, what they're involved in personally in the crypto industry. And so we're having a lot of fun this Friday night. Our viewership's been going up and down here. We've been broadcasting on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, X, Kick, Facebook. We skipped LinkedIn today, and of course on Rumble as well. So if you've got any comments and all that, just drop them in wherever you're watching this. We'll see it eventually. If you're watching in the Telegram, thank you very much for doing that. We really appreciate the eyeballs on this. If you have any questions about the project or the mechanics behind it, let us know. As always, thank you to Mike D, Mr. Rocco, Jason B, Anti-Ruggers, Karanuk, and others in the Telegram VC watching us. On Rumble, thanks to 76
Babe, are you
Norton.
cooking?
What's that?
Are you cooking? Oh, hang on.
I've muted Jason, so we can't hear him. And as I was saying, if you got any questions,
my husband,
let
he
us
was
know.
cooking.
Oh, he's probably still serving dog food.
No, he's done with that. That's why it's quiet.
You don't have
The
like
dogs
6
get very
horses
mouthy.
also that need attention too.
Not yet. Not yet. But when I get my sanctuary, it's going to be a different story.
Well,
And really, it's just about rescuing animals, right? So, like, there's so many animals that need a home, that are mistreated, malnourished. My focus is mainly going to be dogs that are on the euthanasia list every week because county shelters don't have room. So these healthy dogs are getting euthanized. Just this week, one of the counties close to me euthanized over 20 dogs because they didn't have enough space. And that's just, that doesn't sit well with me. These dogs are completely healthy, happy, bouncy, wiggly dogs, right? And there are people who need dogs, and there are people who love dogs, and there are people who can devote time to dogs. So I want to open a sanctuary to make that happen.
My own dog was in surgery
husband
today.
is like the damn dog whisperer. Uh-oh, is your puppy okay?
Yep. We'll say I've known this little doggy as long as I've known Mrs. Striking. As I say, I got the dog with the relationship. And I always said I would never date a woman with a little small dog that you could put in your purse. But I got one. But this toy poodle is the coolest thing ever and the cutest, like a little stuffed animal that's alive. And it had a little mass growing on its stomach. And we were watching it, and then all of a sudden it was a giant mass. And they're like, whoop, well, you got to go for surgery. And that happened actually yesterday. And she got out today of the animal hospital. And in fact, today I was supposed to be driving through Georgia and ending up in Florida on vacation. But instead, Mrs. Striking.
Oh, you would have been driving from Canada to Florida? Are you insane?
Yeah, we do it. We do it in. We go for a whole month. We go visit my parents who live near Jacksonville.
Okay, that's different.
And so the car's full of crap and stuff like that. So we stop in Virginia and then drive down, and we would have been, as I said, through Georgia and into Florida tonight. But the dog took precedence, and actually
Absolutely.
I'm in Chicago
As
now,
the dog should.
and I will be driving back to Canada to help take care of the dog before we turn around next week and go to Florida.
So was it just like a lipoma?
No, it's a cancerous tumor, and right now they're trying to figure out
Goodness.
if it's malignant or benign. But it was not a lipoma.
Declare benign.
I believe it. I think it's from the way they talked about it in my expert veterinarian experience, which I have none. But I believe it's benign, and the dog is otherwise very healthy. But you never know. You know, toy poodles
And
are
even if it's
inbred
not
like crazy.
benign, they probably got all of it, right? So
Oh my
even
God.
if it was malignant, we're just going to say that they got all of it, they got all of the edges, and everything's fine.
the doctor did say I went in and cleaned everything out, and the scar is like, I'm obviously the dog's much smaller than me. It's like here, from my shoulder to shoulder here on her belly. When I saw the picture, I was like, oh my God. You know, when I was 16, my appendix exploded, and I've got the docs went in and just opened me up to clean it all out. And so I have a scar on my stomach. Looks like, you know, I was drawn and quartered in the 1600s in England. And that's what it looked like on our poor little dog. I was like, oh no. But anyway, so we're waiting to find out what's going on with our little one there.
Well, good thoughts. Good thoughts. Everything's fine.
Yeah, hopefully.
My dogs have had a couple of surgeries. We actually have pet insurance because
we do
my
too.
16-year-old beagle. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because veterinary medicine is crazy. My 16-year-old beagle has had 2 spine surgeries because he's a beagle, and they're longer than they are tall. So they're more prone to spine issues. And my particular beagle thought he was Superman for the first 7-8 years of his life. So he would like fly off the back of the couch halfway across the room, ears just blowing in the wind. And then he would land and like slide and take off running. He would do the same thing, like off the bed. Like he thought he was Superman. Turns out he wasn't.
Not
and
Superman.
He had to have some spine surgeries. And it's expensive. But thankfully I had pet insurance at the time because like it was close to 20 grand.
Yep.
And I only had to pay 10% of that. So
yeah, thank God we have it too. We have Trupanion, and in Canada they're not allowed to, no matter how much you use the policy, they're not allowed to not renew your policy, except for non-payment, or unless they cancel the whole, line of insurance. Thank God. I mean, Mrs. Striking was paying $60 a month, 10 years ago when I first met her, and I was like, ooh, that's a lot for a dog. I'm like, they got shotguns that solve these problems. And then these little cute little dogs, you're like, oh, and you become friends with them, and they become part of the family. But then that insurance went up to $100, $120 a month, and you're like, wow, it's expensive. But then you get a bill like, oh, they need all of their teeth removed, except, for 2 of them, and that's $12,000, and you're like, ugh.
Yeah.
So I have 2 Great Danes, and I do not. My daughter has insurance. I don't. So every time we go for something, it's wow, it's expensive. That being said, I do come, from the islands where animals is not really a thing you think of. They're just animals. Though my wife we have always had some kind of French Bichon little dogs all over the place. First time that I've never really been an animal person at all, no matter what, until I got this guy. And this guy is literally like one of my kids.